the end there's another hum in here, so just give me another minute if you would.
We got a few minutes now. I'll fix it. I went over last night to have dinner with Scott, his family, and my two granddaughters, 17 and 15. So, my granddaughter. One of the members was very dark, black. So my granddaughter said, that must have been my grandfather because he's so sunny. So I told her, I said, honey, there is a dark person. In addition to me, there's one other on there.
If he was
Yes, thanks.
Judge, before we begin.
Sure. We're waiting for them to do something. But I don't want to go into the whole thing about the All right. Good morning. Before we call our first witness, wish to make a few comments about the progress to date and where we're about to go in this investigation. For 4 days, the Commission has presented evidence of the nature and causes of police corruption through the testimony of police officers who committed corrupt acts and honest police investigators who are frustrated in their attempts to root it out. We have learned from the evidence that the type of police corruption we have today has changed from the type of corruption that existed in the days of the Knapp Commission. We can take heart from the fact that the Commission has found no evidence that the systemic and highly organized bribery pads of the 1970s and earlier years persist today. Nonetheless, it is distressing when we hear that the form police corruption takes today exhibits a truly invidious character. Police officers associating with and profiting from drug traffickers, committing robberies, larceny, perjury, conducting warrantless searches, and assaulting citizens. Moreover, the evidence shows that these officers committed their crimes repeatedly and, most distressingly, with impunity. It is clear that the consequences of police corruption reach beyond the individual acts of wrongdoing to undermine the confidence of the public in its police force and the safety and reputation of the overwhelming majority of police officers who are honest. Police corruption undoubtedly plays a role in encouraging the process of jury nullification, whereby juries refuse to convict defendants who in many instances are truly guilty because the jurors doubt the credibility of police officers. Public confidence and faith in the integrity of police officers is also imperative if community policing is to be effective in deterring crime and in aiding in the apprehension of criminals. Thus, the evidence set forth in the first part of these hearings inevitably leads to the critical question of this next segment of our hearings. Why did the department's corruption controls fail to prevent and apprehend police officers who broke the laws? We have heard the answer to this important question suggested by some of the witnesses we have already heard. Over a long period of time, the department's commitment and capacity to prevent, detect, and prosecute police corruption has seriously eroded. In arriving at this unhappy conclusion, the Commission has spent considerable time and effort in analyzing the systems and procedures the Department has used since the time of the Knapp Commission to foster integrity and to investigate corruption, and in assessing the Department's commitment to ensure that its system of corruption control functioned effectively. These sessions, which will now be forthcoming, will be devoted to presenting these findings to the public. Mr. Armeo, you may proceed.
Your Honor, I ask the Commission to call its next witness, former Chief of Inspectional Services Daniel Sullivan.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, can you please administer the oath?
Mr. Sullivan, will you please rise? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Daniel F. Sullivan.
Were you ever a member of the New York City Police Department?
Yes,
For how long?
38 years.
And what was your position in the department prior to your retirement?
The Chief of Inspectional Services,
Would that make you a three-star chief?
3-star chief.
Is that one of the highest-ranking offices in the department?
Well, there are 5 3-star chiefs and 1 4-star chief.
How long did you hold that position?
5.5 years.
Can you tell the commissioners briefly what the Inspectional Services Bureau was?
The Inspectional Services Bureau consisted of 3 divisions. One was the Intelligence Division, the Internal Affairs Division, and the Inspections Division.
And so as the commanding officer or the chief of the Inspectional Services Bureau, you oversaw 3 divisions, including IAD?
Yes.
Excuse me, Chief, would you mind speaking more directly into the microphone, please? Pull him up closer, if you would, sir. Thank you.
As the chief of the Inspectional Services Bureau, who did you report to directly?
Directly to the police commissioner.
Prior to your tenure as the chief of the Inspectional Services Bureau, what position did you hold?
I was the commanding officer of IAD.
And for what years did you hold that position?
Well, I held it twice, from 1983 to 1984, and again from 1985 to 1986.
So in effect, for over 6 years, is it fair to say that you functioned as the internal inspector general for anti-corruption in the New York City Police Department?
Well, the chief of inspectional services was the inspector general, and that was the job I had for 5.5 years.
Chief, do you understand that the questions that I will ask you today require that you testify about the effectiveness of the department's anti-corruption efforts and the department's commitment to uncovering the full extent of corruption?
Yes.
You don't have an attorney present here today. Is that by choice?
Yes.
Are you testifying here pursuant to subpoena?
Yes,
Are you ready to proceed?
I am.
What division was responsible for overseeing and carrying out the anti-corruption efforts of the New York City Police Department?
The Internal Affairs Division.
And what were the missions and responsibilities of the Internal Affairs Division during your tenure?
The mission of the IAD was to protect the integrity of the department by conducting investigations into corruption and to supervise the investigations being conducted by all the field internal affairs units.
Did it also solicit, and was it a repository for information about corruption?
Anything that, any complaint of corruption coming into the police department or was funneled into the Internal Affairs Division record section.
Okay. So is it accurate to say that IAD's mission was carried out by focusing on 3 areas: intelligence gathering, the action desk,
Yes,
supervising the FIAUs,
correct.
and conducting its own investigations?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't the whole organizational structure of IAD centered around those 3 functions?
They were the primary 3 functions that the IAD was responsible for.
How was the investigatory function carried out, Chief?
Well, approximately over the years, there was an average of close to 3,000 corruption complaints were processed into the IAD. The Internal Affairs Division itself retained a small percentage of the heavy complaints. The rest were funneled out to the various field internal affairs units having jurisdiction.
In terms of the investigations that IAD conducted, how did it conduct its own investigations? Were there units that were dedicated for that function?
Yeah, there were at least 5 investigating units. There was another unit devoted entirely to the investigation of narcotics-related complaints. And there was also a unit with the responsibility for conducting self-initiated investigations.
And to be successful, in fact, would those units have had to have been acting proactively and initiating their own cases?
Well, the investigating units investigated complaints that were assigned to them. The self-initiated function was the proactive part of the IAD, and they would conduct, short of having direct allegations, they would conduct investigations into conditions based on intelligence or follow-up on previous conditions.
So how important was it, Chief, then, that at least some of those units acted proactively and that they were initiating their own cases?
Well, it was extremely important to ferret out corruption, that not only respond to complaints, but also to do additional to find out what was going on out there that may not have been reported.
And is it fair to say that if those units were not acting proactively and were not initiating their own cases, that IAD would not be uncovering the full extent or nature of corruption?
That's correct.
Chief, what kind of cases was IAD responsible for investigating?
The IAD retained the cases that involved, say, conspiracies involving supervisors and members of the department. They would handle cases that were complex, cases involving higher-ranking members of the department. They would also keep cases that crossed borough lines or involve multiple major command units.
So would IAD be retaining then cases like a member of the service being off post, misusing department vehicles, or sleeping on duty?
The minor patrol violations were always referred to the chief of department.
And would those types of cases I just described get C numbers or corruption numbers?
They would not.
Because they weren't even considered corruption cases?
Correct.
How did IAD supervise the FIAUs and carry out the function that's indicated in that second box for field operations section?
Well, the field operations section had a staff supervisory responsibility to oversee the quality of the investigations being conducted by the field internal affairs units. They had the discretion to conduct parallel investigations or to go into the files of the field internal affairs units to see if they were complete, to do spot check interviews of complainants, and finally to review in detail the final reports of the field internal affairs units.
So they both assisted the FIUs in, was their function also to ensure the quality of FIU investigations?
Ensure the quality and to support the field units in terms of personnel, if they needed assistance in particular cases, also to support them with equipment.
Who else did the FIUs report to, Chief?
Well, the FIAUs were under the direct line authority of their major commander. IAD merely had a staff role in supervising them.
But who had the primary responsibility for overseeing the FIAUs?
Well, each unit was commanded by a captain. In some cases, they were deputy inspectors, but they reported to their major commander. In the case of patrol boroughs, it would be the borough commander, or other units, whoever the bureau chief was, or whoever was the major unit commander.
Okay, but the purpose of the staff unit that you just mentioned was to oversee the FIUs, is that correct?
Yes,
And also to ensure the integrity of FIU investigations,
correct.
to monitor cases,
Yes,
to evaluate the performance of the FIUs each year in an annual report?
correct.
Were the patrol commanders mandated to do the same?
Would you repeat that question?
Sure. Did the patrol commanders have that same responsibility?
Well, the patrol commanders were directly responsible for corruption within their commands. And the Field Internal Affairs Unit was the instrument to assist them in accomplishing their mission in the corruption area. So they were responsible for the functioning of those units.
How important were the FIUs to the department's anti-corruption apparatus?
Well, they were extremely important because they got the bulk of the cases. Approximately 95% of the complaints coming into IAD were assigned to the field units.
And what kind of cases did they get generally?
Well, they got cases, serious cases involving corruption that was strictly confined to their commands.
If the FIAUs were not functioning effectively, what impact would that have had on the entire anti-corruption apparatus?
Well, there would be a breakdown. If the FIAUs were not functioning the way they should, the entire corruption fighting effort would be broken down.
I'd like to turn to the third section now in the Internal Affairs Division. How did IAD receive and solicit information on police corruption?
Well, the IAD had a 24-hour action desk, 7 days a week. Any complaints that came in from any place in a department was recorded at the action desk. The IAD periodically published a box number at a post office in Brooklyn, and they would get complaints mailed in from the public at that location. There would also be calls coming in directly from the public into IAD, and they were required, people on the action desk were required to report every complaint, no matter how serious or how light, and assign a log number to it.
So was every allegation then that came in against a member of the department, was it to receive a log number?
It was.
Was it to receive any other kind of a number?
Well, then it would be screened. All the complaints, we got as many as 13,000 in the course of a year, and all those complaints would be reviewed by supervisors in the IAD, and anything involving corruption or criminal activity would be assigned a C number.
And so all corruption allegations then would have had to have a C number and a log number, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was that important, Chief?
Well, the log numbers ensured the integrity of the system. Anybody in the department that called IAD with a corruption complaint would be given that log number as a kind of receipt for the information being submitted. And it was also a control device for the supervisors reviewing the calls that came in.
And if an allegation did not get a C number or a log number, would it then have the potential to be lost in the system or buried?
If it didn't get a log number, it would be lost.
I'd like to turn back to what you said a moment ago about the action desk. Some members of the department have described the action desk as the nerve center of IAD. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what is the responsibilities of the action desk officers at the action desk?
The action desk officers are obligated to cover that desk on a 24-hour-a-day basis. They answer the telephones. Everything it comes in there. Mostly everything comes in by telephone. There's some correspondence that comes in directly into the IAD, which also gets funneled into that record section. But they record the complaints. They are expected to fully debrief who's ever making the complaint, to get names and addresses and locations, names of complainants if they're willing to give their name, and get as much information as possible so that the investigators can conduct a viable investigation.
And if the action desk officers were not getting as much information as possible from complainants calling the action desk, what would the impact of that be?
Well, they would be derelict in their duties, and it would make it much more difficult for the assigned investigators to conduct a successful investigation.
And in fact, would vital information on police corruption be lost?
Precisely.
Chief, based on your personal knowledge, were the critical components of the anti-corruption apparatus working effectively over the past years?
Not totally. And the reason for that, while there was considerable verbal commitment to the corruption fighting effort, there was department-wide, there was very little support for the Internal Affairs Division in terms of equipment, automobiles, personnel problems, and budgeting problems. There was almost no year that we didn't run out of money before the end of the fiscal year. As far as vehicles were concerned, we never had a good allotment of vehicles for surveillance purposes.
What impact did that have on the success of investigations?
Well, we were forced to waste resources modifying, department vans to be used to adapt them for surveillance purposes. All this took time, and it generally had a poor effect on trying to conduct surveillances and investigations in general.
You mentioned personnel before. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, one of the problems with personnel is that IAD is very difficult to recruit for. The younger people in the department, I guess because of peer pressure, don't want to work in IAD. We did a survey years ago of captains. We reached out to every captain in the police department to see if he was interested in an assignment to IAD. And the only ones who responded were captains whose careers were already dead-ended. So that there's very little interest in people at that level in coming into IAD. And therefore, IAD is not able to really select top people, but has to settle for people who are willing to come through personal recommendations of people already in IAD and things of that nature. Over the years, we retained the best, but this was not always possible. I can cite a case where I had an outstanding investigator who functioned as a sergeant, supervisor, and a lieutenant in command of a module, who was promoted to the rank of captain. And after we retained him in IAD as a captain, after a year, he came to me and said, "I want to leave." And I asked him why. He said, "Because my chances of getting promoted are much faster in the field." So I had to let him go. So I lost an outstanding man, and he was probably replaced by one less effective.
And was that an unusual occurrence?
No, that was fairly common.
You mentioned before the problem with resources. What were you doing to try to ensure that IAD would get the resources that it needed under your tenure?
Well, if I needed anything special, even when it came to personnel, or to try to get people promoted, or anything that was vital to the success of a particular investigation, I would go to the police commissioner.
And were you successful in your efforts to try to get more resources and commitment to internal affairs?
In most cases, I would be, but there were times when I would be recommending people for promotion, and it wasn't always accepted.
Okay, let's stick with resources for a moment, though, if we could. When you go to the police commissioner and say, I need more resources to get the job done right, did you get the resources you needed?
I would.
In all cases?
Well, as far as financial support, that seemed to be locked in. The amount of money allotted to IAD seemed to be fixed on a yearly basis, and whether he could do anything about that once the fiscal year got started, I don't know.
Well, if the police commissioner couldn't do anything about that, who could do anything about that?
Well, I guess the department was committed to whatever they were allocated, and to increase the funds for IAD would have meant taking it away from other units.
What was the money that was allocated? Sorry.
Before we go further, I just want to be sure I understand this budget process. Did IAD and you, as in your role, did you have some input into the budget, or was it simply given to you what IAD would have to spend?
Well, the IAD would make a request, and the budget started right after the Knapp Commission. I can remember that the budget for the IAD equipment was as low as $6,000 a year, and it increased gradually through inflation, I suppose, over the years, but there was, on a yearly basis, there was kind of a prefixed amount that IAD would get, and it was never increased.
Is it fair to say that, talking as you have about resources and personnel, that one could characterize the IAD as the stepchild of the department?
Exactly. Everybody in the department, the younger people, all want to go into OCCB or the Detective Bureau and get gold shields, but they don't necessarily want to come into IAD. Faced with this problem, the department should have provided incentives to attract people to IAD, which they didn't. In fact, during my last 6 years, we lost, through retirements, 5 slots for lieutenants that were designated for special assignment money, and they were never replaced. They went to other units in the department.
So is it fair to say, based on what you're saying, Chief, that in allocating resources, anti-corruption efforts ranked close to the bottom?
Pretty much. Take, for example, our computer system. We were one of the last units in the department to be computerized, and it took 5 years to do it.
So when was IAD finally computerized?
About 2-3 years ago.
And was, to your knowledge, any other major bureau or division functioning without a computer by the end of the 1980s?
I doubt it.
Any other example that you can give us of the lack of commitment that you mentioned? And any other examples you have? What about materials?
What about what?
Films and materials. Were you able to get the resources you needed in those areas?
Yeah, that's a good example. Back in the middle 70s, IAD produced on their own, using their own personnel, a training film which depicted police officers, a young police officer getting sworn into the department, getting himself involved in corrupt activities, and finally at the end of the film he gets locked up. This film was designed to be shown to recruits in the police academy, and this same film in black and white was shown there for approximately 15 years. I spent 7 years trying to get a new film professionally made, like the other films that were made for the police department, but I was unsuccessful. Now we're showing this old film which depicted cops in obsolete uniforms to recruits coming in the 1990s. And these people had VCRs and camcorders and big screen TVs at home, and now they're forced to watch this worn and tattered black and white film, so you can imagine what impact that film had on them. But before I left, when I was unsuccessful in getting a film professionally produced, I directed IAD to remake the film themselves, and this time in color, and they did it.
Now is after 15 years?
That film was shown for about 15 years.
Chief, were the chiefs of other divisions or bureaus also forced to wait over 7 or 15 years before they could have their materials and films updated?
I saw many professionally produced films that were used in training in other segments of the department. I know there were other units had hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of electronic equipment assigned, and that was never available to us.
In fact, if the chief of patrol or OCCB wanted to update a film, how long do you think that it would take the department to respond?
Well, that'd be only guesswork on my part, but I don't think he'd have to wait 7 years.
Chief, when you don't have the resources, the personnel, or the commitment to investigate corruption effectively, what impact does that have on the likelihood of uncovering large corruption cases?
Well, it's all reflective of the department's commitment to fight corruption. When a recruit comes in and he sees sits and watches an obsolete film like that, it certainly doesn't make a very good impression on him. When the people in IAD are not supported fully in terms of equipment or automobiles or getting on a promotion track, it's very discouraging.
And Chief, why was it that during your tenure, the New York City Police Department was less than fully committed to its anti-corruption efforts?
The impression I got that after the major scandal in the 77th Precinct in 1986, the department became paranoid over bad press. Everything that IAD did reflected poorly on the rest of the department and generated bad press. So when I went up with the bad news that 2 cops were going to be arrested in the morning or 3 cops were going to be indicted, I felt like they wanted to shoot me because I was always the bearer of the bad news. They were interested primarily in getting good press. It wasn't always because of the efforts of IAD. They didn't always get they at times got bad press, and I think inadvertently, or maybe it was not intended, but there was a message that went out to the field that maybe we shouldn't be so aggressive in fighting corruption because the department just does not want bad press.
We'll get to the field commands in a moment. I just want to ask a question to follow up with what you just said. So the message you're saying that you received was that large-scale corruption cases are harmful to the department. Is that right?
Well, the 77th Precinct case was a black eye for the police department, and they certainly didn't want to have another one of those.
And is it fair to say that the less successful that IAD and the FIAUs were, the less harm then would be inflicted on the department?
Well, I think some field commanders might feel it was more prudent to not address or dig out corruption faced with their impression of what the intentions of the department was.
And so what incentive did that create to field commanders and patrol commanders in the department?
Well, it was a disincentive for them to root out corruption to the depth that it was done, say, in the 77th Precinct. They may have, I can't say exactly what they did, but I think they may have worked less. I mean, they did not work as diligently as they could have in rooting out corruption.
And was there a concern about the impact it would have on their careers?
This would probably be one of their primary concerns.
And what would that concern have been?
Well, if they're going to generate bad news, and it may not be accepted at the top, this would be harmful to their careers. I mean, you could lock up a half a dozen cops, and it would have no effect on the department unless it got into the newspapers. I mean, the attitude was if it wasn't in the newspapers, it didn't happen.
During the years that you were the Inspector General for Anti-Corruption, who were you accountable to?
Police Commissioner.
Did anyone inside the department ever regularly review how well IAD was performing?
No.
Did anyone outside the department ever regularly conduct audits or review how well IAD was performing?
No.
Did the SBO conduct regular audits of the effectiveness of IAD systems and programs?
No.
In fact, was that its function?
No.
Did anyone outside the department chief ever review what resources were being allocated to fighting police corruption and what part of the department's billion-dollar-plus budget should be allocated to fighting police corruption?
No, that was never under review.
And if an outside oversight agency had been making those inquiries during your tenure, what impact would that have had on the department's commitment to uncovering the full extent of corruption, in your opinion?
Well, it would have advanced the department's commitment being looked at from the outside.
Why is that?
Well, the department would be compelled to provide the resources to IAD, to provide incentives for assignment to IAD, and thereby enhance the quality and the anti-corruption effort.
Chief, on the basis of your years of experience, do you believe that it is essential to have some form of outside monitoring of the police department's efforts to deal with corruption?
Well, the way I feel, Judge, is that despite the great efforts we made following the Knapp Commission, we still had a major scandal in the 77th Precinct. Every class that's appointed to the police academy has a handful of people who were born corrupt, and they're going to infect their peers if they're not weeded out in time. So the corruption is not something that's here today and gone tomorrow. It's always there. What the department has to do is to harness the energies and the talents of the 2,000 field commanders and supervisors that are out there to assist in the fight against corruption. And unless they do that, I think there's a definite need for some outside oversight.
On that score, Chief, we've heard testimony, you may have heard some too, from officers last week about corruption and criminal activity in which they had engaged. Talking about field commanders and supervisors, could you tell us what your view is about whether that kind of corruption could have occurred without the supervisors and the commanders being aware of it?
Absolutely not. I mean, the experience in the 77th Precinct turned out to be that it was a complete breakdown of supervision in that precinct that led to that scandal. The 77th Precinct didn't start in 1986. It was going on there for several years. And our review was that the supervisors were either ignoring it or just not reporting it, just avoiding it, and they apparently never knew what was going on in the precinct.
Well, is that the fact? Is it you think that they simply shut their eyes, or do you think, and indeed whether they shut their eyes or not, do you think they really didn't know, or you think they did know and shut their eyes?
I'd say it's a combination of both. Some would shut their eyes completely, others just wouldn't report it. We've had cases where we get cooperating police officers who will come and tell us things, and they'll tell you that when Sergeant A is working, nobody fools around. Everybody does their job. When Sergeant Z is working, the night is yours. You can do whatever you want. And you wonder about the ones in between. They're kind of halfway. And this is probably the pattern that exists in every precinct. But we have to get these supervisors to bone up and do their jobs. If they need more supervisors, they should get them.
Chief, the traditional way of dealing with scandal or corruption in the department was either to demote or transfer officers. Now, following the incident in the 77th precinct, there were widespread promotions and transfers. Now, do you have an opinion of how that affected your effort to fight corruption in the department, the transfers and the demotions?
Well, in the 77th precinct, there were 17 members of the department that were ultimately forced to leave. There was a complete transfusion of personnel into the 77th precinct. The CO of the precinct was reduced in rank, and that certainly had a salutary effect on the rest of the department, and would greatly assist the corruption effort for a short period of time. But after time, 6 months goes on, a year away, unless there's a continuous fight, it's got to be eternal vigilance. It'll all come around again.
In other words, you said that remedy had only a short-term effect. It had no long-term
No long-term effect at all.
As a matter of fact, I gather from your prior testimony, the long-term effect was negative in the sense that now precinct commanders would rather not unearth scandals within their precinct for fear that it might adversely affect their careers.
Well, what the department has to learn, Judge, is that corruption can't be hidden. It's got to be laid out in the sunlight for all to see. If it gets into the newspapers, this is one of the best prospects we have. This way, every other cop in the department will read about that case, and he'll be deterred by the action taken. But if you try to hide it, then nobody knows what's going on, and they feel free to do whatever they want.
I'd like for a moment to revert back to some of the internal operation of IAD. Is there a system in effect, or was there a system in effect when you were in charge there, for a systematic review of the cases? You indicated that cases would be given, with their allegation of corruption, cases would be given numbers, C numbers, log numbers. Was there some system of periodic and systematic review of those corruption cases?
Yes, the investigations were earmarked by the contents of the complaint. All the allegations would be run through the police commissioner's office, and the cases they were interested in would be assigned a C number. Those cases would be investigated by IAD or one of the field units, and would come up through channels through the IAD to my office, and I would finally review it before endorsing it to the police commissioner's office. Other cases that were investigated by the field internal affairs units, all those cases came through the chief of patrol, the chief of department, over the IAD, and it would be the staff supervisory section that would review those cases.
Well, would you care to comment how a case such as Michael Dowd's could evade detection? As I recall, there was something like 15 complaints of corruption about on the part of Officer Dowd when he was a member of the department. Now, do you have any idea of how that could exist and nevertheless he not be apprehended prior to the time he was arrested by the Suffolk County Police?
Well, there would have been nothing to review at the police commissioner's level or my level or even the CO of IAD, because that was still an open investigation and there was no final report submitted on it. But when you say that there were a number of allegations concerning Dowd, they came in apparently at different times and through different sources. they should have all been captured and carried under one case. There should have been one investigative team assigned to the entire Dowd allegations. I don't know if that was the case or not. I know that the Field Internal Affairs Unit in Brooklyn had a case on him. I'm not sure whether IAD also had a case on him. But when it comes to one individual with several allegations, they should all be funneled in, and there should be, and where it gets to the point where you've got this thing ongoing now for several years, IAD should have gotten together with the field unit, organized a bit of a task force, and went after Dowd in a strong way. And I think that's maybe what was missing in this case.
Chief, you described your 15-year-old film and the problems that obviously presented. Let me ask you, we've heard last week some brief indications that training at the police academy having to do with corruption or how to deal with it was almost non-existent. I got the impression there was really no serious curriculum. Now, during the years in the mid-'80s that you were in charge of inspections and so on, did you have occasion to find out what the curriculum was in our police academy in this city?
Well, the training curriculum in the police academy for the anti-corruption effort was run by IAD. The IAD training unit conducted an 11-hour block of instruction for all recruits, and that segment included that training film plus a whole lot of other subjects on how to report corruption, what it means if you get caught involved in corruption, and so forth.
Well, how long, how many hours, how many minutes do you know was allocated in the curriculum of the police academy in the middle 80s, for example, to have anything to do with corruption or anti-corruption methods?
Well, the outside of the 11-hour block that's conducted by IAD, I'm not sure, Judge.
And do you know, or do you have any opinions as to the efficacy of that curriculum, which allegedly lasted 11 hours?
Well, it was a well-planned, a well-thought-out program. I would say it had a very good effect on most of the people that went through it, but there are always incorrigibles in there, and no amount of training is going to change them.
No, and certainly I'd accept that, and I'd also accept your rather eloquent testimony on the importance of the command function. But again, are you aware of the training programs of other police departments in this country and in Europe which try to deal with instilling in recruits the notion that anti-corruption actions are very important?
Well, as far as my experience, I think we were the leader across the country in our anti-corruption efforts. They used to come to see me from foreign countries, Spain, Germany, Korea, cities on the West Coast, and I even had Scotland Yard come, and they were left impressed with the magnitude and the diligence of our corruption-fighting efforts.
Well, let me see if I understand that. Are you telling us now that they were impressed by the curriculum that IAD set up in the academy?
Well, I'm talking about the entire program of corruption fighting. What other countries had as far as training in the anti-corruption area, I'm not aware of.
All right. So that what you're really telling us is that somehow you were able to impress these outside visitors from other police forces that the anti-corruption efforts of the New York City Police Department were of top rank.
Yes.
And they went home and emulated your efforts?
Well, they used to walk away with copies of our materials, our training materials, our investigator's guide, and They were very happy with what they walked away with.
But you've just told us that you were rather dissatisfied with the results of this program during the years which you have been dealing with.
Well, I was dissatisfied in the sense that there was no general support for what IAD was trying to do. Our mechanisms were good, our programs were good, but there was a little bit of a breakdown when I talk about personnel. It was a slow track in IAD for promotions.
So
And
that,
this had the net effect of impeding our efforts.
So that in effect what you're telling us is that the paperwork was impressive, but the results were quite something different.
Well, the program was there.
But it wasn't followed.
In terms of paperwork, but it was not always lived up to.
Thank you.
Well, are you suggesting that there was a vast difference between theory and the actual implementation of the programs?
Well, to fully implement the program needed the support of all elements of the department. The program was there, but IAD needed support.
Well, in that regard, do you know of any efforts that were made at any level to get across to the commanders out in the field the necessity for applying the principle of accountability?
Well, when the field internal affairs units were first organized, this was the theory, that in order to hold borough commanders and other major unit commanders responsible and accountable for corruption fighting, they had to equip them with the tools to fight it. And that was the basic reason the concept of the field internal affairs units was started. And as I say, the programs were there, but they had to be supported at all levels.
Well, were they supported?
No, because IAD can't do it alone. The supervisory process was weak in the field commands. This allowed corruption to gain a foothold. By the time IAD got into a case, the corruption was widespread, and there was IAD the job operates 168 hours a week. Take, for example, the Integrity Control Officers program. There's one Integrity Control Officer assigned to every unit. He's on duty less than 40 hours a week. And there are 168 hours in the week. And what the department, I think, has to learn is that every supervisor, every commander has to be an Integrity Control Officer, not just one.
Did you ever bring the shortcomings of the program to deal with corruption to the attention of the police commissioner?
Whenever I had any major problems in the corruption fighting effort, I would present it to the police commissioner. But like all bureaucracies, it's tough to nudge them unless we're in crisis. And a lot of these things were mentioned to the police commissioner.
Did you get any reaction or response when you would mention them to the police commissioner?
Well, some more than others.
What does that mean?
Well, there was more than one police commissioner during my tenure.
Would you care to elaborate upon that?
Well, some police commissioners who had greater experience and greater knowledge of the police department would be more receptive and would have greater understanding of what I was presenting to them. Others may not.
Chief, may I ask you, in your opinion, would it help on this problem that you've just been explaining to our chairman if there was a departmental rule here in our city requiring every person in the police department to serve in IAD in order to be considered appropriate for further preferment and a promotion into the very senior ranks?
I would never be in favor of forced assignment to IAD, because what would happen was people would go in there, bide their time for 2 or 3 years, and hopefully move on to better things. What you need in there is incentives provided by the department to work in IAD and get better people interested in that.
I agree with you that incentive is important, but wouldn't you also agree that a great incentive would be if a young police officer who has hopes of arising as a responsible official in the department, if he knew that he'd never have a chance unless he served in a number of different departments, including IAD?
Well, if that program could be workable, if you could develop a program like that with long-range consequences where he would have to perform well in IAD, be evaluated on his performance, and then move on to another unit.
That's precisely what I'm suggesting.
But that would possibly work as long as this individual was willing to take on that assignment. But any kind of forced entry into IAD, I would be against.
Well, Chief, isn't it also a fact that any assignment that the overwhelming majority of police officers receive is by direction of the command? In other words, you don't generally ask police officers, where would you like to serve, and then put them in that unit which they request, do you?
No.
They're put there by assignment. Isn't that correct?
Well,
right out of the academy, they're sent to various, after a training period, they're sent to various precincts, various units. Is that not true?
Well, you're placing a tremendous burden on some of these young people if they end up in IAD and they don't want to be there because of the related peer pressures. I don't think it's a good way. I think you have to have people in IAD who want to do the job.
Wouldn't you agree that one of the best things that could be done is to make it apparent to young men and women in the department that they would not be regarded as finks and worse if they served responsibly a tour of duty in IAD? No one's suggesting putting a gun at their head, Chief. The suggestion really is, as Chairman Mullen made clear, that everybody understands that it is a progression of merit to serve with distinction in divisions of the department, including the IAD.
Well,
you're aware, are you not, that there are good police departments, just as good as ours, maybe even better in some ways, who do this in our world? You're aware of that, certainly.
Of course.
And one of the reasons they do it is to avoid this stigma that we've been hearing about ad nauseum for the last few days. If you are a snitch or you do anything to report anything out of line at all. All I'm suggesting and all we're suggesting is the question of whether or not it would help if young men and women of capability and decency could understand that if they do something in IAD to root out corruption, they will be perceived as part of the upwardly mobile group in this large police department in New York City.
And this in turn would encourage them to request assignment to IAD, I would say yes.
Well, or alternatively, as the Chairman Mullen has pointed out, to accept an assignment with pride and decency. You'd agree with that too, wouldn't you?
Of course.
Thank you.
Chief, as a matter of fact, you mentioned the peer pressure. Now, we've heard a good bit of that. That peer pressure exists out there, and right now, and for a long time, perhaps since police departments were formed in this state and in the city, assignment to the IAD or its equivalent will be looked upon as a punishment in some respects, would it not?
Well, we never took people in on that basis, Judge.
Well, from the viewpoint of the rest of the department, the officers out there, it would be, if they went there only by request, they were marked by their colleagues as officers who want to find out other corrupt police officers. Is that not true? That's the function of IAD.
Yeah. Yes.
So if an officer volunteers to go into that assignment, then others within the department look upon him as someone who's the enemy. Do they
Yes.
not?
Right.
If they went in as a matter of regular course assignment, wouldn't the other officers understand that these people are not there as volunteers, but because it's part of their responsibility and that's where they were assigned? Wouldn't that be a help?
That would change the system.
It would change the system and bring about a change in the peer culture, would it not?
It would.
Is there a similar problem in terms of recruiting police for the Civilian Complaint Review Board, Chief?
I don't believe so. I'm not that familiar with their recruiting problems. They should be somewhat similar to ours, but I just never heard that voiced, whether they did have a similar problem.
Any other questions?
Three other questions I wanted to ask you. Chief, you testified a few moments ago that some of the training classes at IAD were among the best in the nation.
Some of the what?
Some of the training classes were among the best in the nation, you said, and that people sometimes came from all over the country, in fact, all over the world, to observe some of those classes. Is that right?
Well, I was talking, I would have visitors in that I would sit down with and review of various anti-corruption programs, and they would leave impressed with the scope of those programs, not necessarily confined to training. But I would also cover training in that discussion.
The Commission has received evidence that until recently, a fairly large percentage of investigators in IAD had never taken many of those classes. Why would that be?
Well, they would have all taken the recruit training program, the 11-hour block. Any newly assigned investigator coming into IAD would also take the 2-week training course run by the IAD training unit. That would be kind of routine. But why there might be some there now that never took that training, I don't understand that. Unless they haven't had an opportunity to run a class yet. Maybe they're on a list to take the next class, I don't know.
This would have been the past few years that showed that there were a group of officers, a large number of officers, that even that had been in IAD for many years, had never taken that basic class. Was there anyone that was looking to see whether or not investigators in IAD had received the training that they should have received before conducting police corruption investigations?
Well, the COs of each of the individual investigative units, I think, would be very interested that newly assigned personnel would take that course so that they'd be familiar with all the various surveillance techniques, conducting interviews, handling of the electronic equipment, and so forth. I just don't understand why they would not have attended.
Okay, would it be the responsibility of the Chief of Inspectional Services Bureau or the commanding officer of IAD to check to see whether the investigators in IAD were being properly trained?
Oh, yes.
Okay, we'll pursue that in another segment. Two other questions. You mentioned that there was an attitude among field commanders that uncovering corruption would harm their. We've also heard evidence that even in the Internal Affairs Division there was an attitude about minimizing corruption and avoiding headlines. Where would that attitude have come from?
Well, it certainly never deterred me. The fear of bad press never deterred me, and I hope it never deterred IAD. But if I've been away for 20 months now, and I just don't know if it ever reached IAD, that attitude. I would hope it didn't.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the commission call Lieutenant Lawrence Hodling. Mr. Hodling, would you please rise and take the oath?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. O'Mail.
Lieutenant, could you state your full name, please?
Lawrence P. Hodling.
What's your current command?
I'm the commanding officer of the 7-0 Detective Squad in Brooklyn.
Are you appearing before this commission pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, I am.
And do you understand that the commission will ask you questions regarding your experiences with the Internal Affairs Division of the New York City Police Department?
Yes, I do.
Do you further understand, Lieutenant, that every witness who appears before this hearing is entitled to have an attorney present? Do you care to have an attorney with you today?
No, I do not.
How long have you been an officer of the New York City Police
I'm in
Department?
my 26th year as a member of the police department.
Briefly describe for the commissioners your career up to date, please.
I spent 17 years on patrol in various precincts in Brooklyn and Manhattan as a police officer, a sergeant, and a lieutenant. I was picked up in Internal Affairs Division in December of 1985. I served there for a little over 6 years, and then approximately March of 1982, I was assigned to my present assignment.
92, you mean? You said
92, that's correct.
92.
Lieutenant, when you say you were picked up by Internal Affairs, what exactly do you mean?
I was working in a precinct in Manhattan as a lieutenant, and after 17 years of working on patrol, I wanted to get into investigative assignment. For an officer of that tenure on patrol, it's difficult to get into many other investigative assignments with that much time on patrol. I made an application for the Internal Affairs Bureau. I was interviewed and subsequently picked up.
So you were accepted by Internal Affairs without having any investigative experience in your 17 years as a police officer?
That's correct.
What assignments did you have once you were in IAD?
Initially, I was assigned to the Staff Supervisory Unit. I believe I worked there for approximately 3.5 years. I then requested assignment to an investigative unit. I worked in an investigative unit about 1.5 years. I subsequently was assigned as the commanding officer to the Records Section Action Desk of IAD for approximately 17, 18 months before being transferred to the 7-0 Detective Squad.
Lieutenant, what I would ask you is, in responding to your questions, I would mind if you just speak a little bit more slowly and into the microphones that are in front of you, please.
Sure.
Lieutenant, when an allegation of corruption comes into IAD, based on your experience as the commanding officer of the Records Section, how does IAD process that allegation?
Well, initially, as Chief Sullivan indicated, most allegations come in through the action desk at IAD, whether it be by written communication or phone. These allegations are all recorded on tape and put into a computer and issued a log number. On a daily basis, the commanding officer of the Internal Affairs Division reviews each and every log that comes in. Also, a daily summary of the logs that come in and forwarded over to the Inspectional Service Bureau and the Police Commissioner's Office for review.
So during the years 1986 to 1992, during the time that you were in IAD, the way you understood the system is that Chief Sullivan would have had all the logs, for example, on the case of Michael Dowd.
Well, it would be fair to say that it was my impression that Chief Sullivan would know about each and every log with the extent of corruption that was alleged in the logs regarding Michael Dowd, it was my impression that Chief Sullivan would know about them.
Lieutenant, who makes the decision once a corruption allegation is received by IAD, whether that allegation would be investigated by the Field Internal Affairs Unit or by IAD itself?
That decision is usually made by the commanding officer of the Internal Affairs Division, and when he's not in, usually the executive officer or whoever is sitting in command that day.
So those would be the two top-ranking officers of the IAD?
And in some cases, maybe the commanding officer of the investigations unit, if both the CO and the XO were at a prior commitment.
Now, that decision to assign a case to an FIAU, is that reviewed by anyone?
Within the Building and Internal Affairs Division, no. A copy of the summary and corruption summary is sent to the Chief of Inspectional Services and the Police Commissioner's office, so if they have people who review them and might have a problem with assignments, I'm sure they could step in if they chose to do that.
But by and large, it would be the top members of IAD who would decide what cases would be assigned to the FIAUs.
Best of my knowledge, that's correct.
There was some testimony by Chief Sullivan about there being 95% of the cases going to FIAU. Does that sound like a fair figure to you?
Actually, it may even be a little low.
A little lower?
There may be more than 95%.
Higher.
In my experience, if we take the number of 3,000 corruption cases coming into IAD, and those were the high years, and then some subsequent years it lowered maybe to 2,500 cases. IAD did between 100 and 200 investigations out of that entire group.
So that could be less. But my concern really is not so much the percentage of cases, although that's important to me and to the commissioners, but the proportion of staff. Did they have 95 or 98% of the staff at FIAU?
Well, staffing level at IAD, as I recall, was somewhere in the area of 130, 140 people. The major FIAUs had anywhere between 24 and maybe the most 32, 33 investigators apiece. Obviously, the personnel level in the FIAUs was much higher than in the Internal Affairs Division itself.
But did it correspond to the 98 and 2% that you're talking about in terms of the caseload?
Commissioner, maybe I could explain it to you this way, is that a major borough FIAU, back when I was in staff, was handling anywhere from a minimum of the mid-300s to mid-400 cases a year. And most of the borough FIAUs had between 23 and 4 to 30 investigators. Now, IAD would handle 100 to 200 cases a year with the amount of investigators they had. I think that would give you a best evaluation of the workload.
Thank you.
And Lieutenant Hodling, that workload was controlled pretty much by the unreviewed discretion of the commanding officers of IAD.
I think that's a fair statement.
When were you assigned to the Staff Supervisory Unit of IAD?
When? That would be December of 1985.
And what is the purpose of the Staff Supervisory Unit?
It's basically a quality control of FIAU field investigations. We review all cases that are investigated in the field, the final written report. When the time is available, we go out and do monitors on cases, which would consist of one of my detectives or sergeants responding to a particular FIAU, taking a number of active case folders, reviewing them, and reporting back to me.
In essence, the staff supervisory unit was the sort of quality control section for the field internal affairs units. Is that not right?
Well, there's some other additional things that we did do. We would do parallel investigations sometimes. If a case was sent out to an FIAU, we would do a parallel investigation on it and not let them know about it as a quality control check. That would take a lot of time. It would mean observations and doing the investigation yourself. Also, one of the responsibilities of the staff unit was to do investigations of corruption allegations against any members of the department serving in an FIAU capacity.
That's something that I was confused a little bit about last week. Not confused, but concerned with. There was a testimony, I guess, by Sergeant Dowd about a captain and an inspector in the FIAU who were either incompetent or worse in connection with a story he told us. What I'm a little uncertain about is if, in fact, there is an allegation that a member of the public or even a member of the department has against an IAD officer, where would he go to lodge that complaint? A corruption complaint.
If a member of the service wanted to...
Member of the service or a member of the public?
Well, IAD would investigate any allegation, whether it be anonymous or if the person was named, so he could anonymously call up IAD and give the information out. If he wanted to come forward and identify himself, I would suspect that most officers would realize that they'd have to go to a very, very high authority to report that to in order for safeguards of their own safety.
But there's no specific place where that might be safe in communication.
Well, Commissioner, when the allegation comes in, whoever, he may go to his commanding officer, and a police officer may go to his commanding officer and tell him something of interest to internal affairs. The commanding officer then may call up and report it directly to the internal affairs commanding officer. But sooner or later, it would be reduced to a log at the action desk.
And everybody in the IAD operation would have an opportunity to see it if they chose.
No, that's not the case. Not everybody. In many instances, the identity of the people reporting it would be omitted.
Always? I mean, is that a SOP or is that because the person came in anonymously?
No. I believe if we're talking about, I think what you're interested in is how would a police officer report corruption to IAD and maybe be protected by the department?
No, I think the question is somewhat differently directed. The question is if there was an allegation of corruption or incompetence about an officer within IAD. Isn't that the thrust?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood the thrust of the questions, Lieutenant.
It was probably poorly worded.
Or poorly understood?
No, you would never poorly word it, Judge Bear.
How is that processed without that individual knowing a complaint has been filed against him? That's the question that's being asked.
It happened. In my tenure, we took complaints against people in the building. We took complaints against relatives of people in the building. And the action desk people realized the responsibility of reporting it directly to the commanding officer. And in my experience, I never saw a problem with that happening.
But Lieutenant, you can understand, can you not, why a police officer or a member of the public might be reluctant to make a complaint of one form or another against a member of IAD. You could understand that, could you not?
Oh, absolutely.
And I think the thrust of Judge Bear's question is, what recourse other than that would someone have if they want to make a complaint about someone in IAD? What could they do?
At that time, the Special Prosecutor's Office could have gone directly to the Special Prosecutor's Office, local district attorney, the Police Commissioner's Office, Chief of the Department, whichever agency they felt most comfortable with to go to report it.
But there's no specific system set up for that kind of complaint.
Well, the system, if it was reported to the Internal Affairs Division when I was there, The system was in place that if there was an allegation against a member of IAD, as soon as we got it, we would take it directly to the commanding officer, and every effort would be made to keep that allegation or that information from getting around to anyone else.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, I'd like to get back to your assignment to the Staff Supervisory Unit. During the years 1985 or 86 to 89, while you were there, what was your position within that unit?
I was one of 2 lieutenants assigned to the unit that was in charge of reviewing all cases assigned to the FIAUs throughout the city. I believe, as I recall, we had 3 sergeants and 3 detectives working for each lieutenant.
Did the members of the staff unit at that time have investigative experience?
I'd say in most part, no.
So they were reviewing the investigations of others without any investigative experience of their own?
That's correct.
What was the workload of each module in the Staff Supervisory Unit?
My first couple of years there, we would review anywhere from 1,300 to 1,500 cases.
Reviewing 1,300 to 1,500 cases with essentially 7 people?
Basically, that's correct. Well, a review of the case would basically mean there's a final report written. It was done in usually one of 2 ways. An informal way would be a 1.5 page report outlining very clearly and directly what steps were taken to complete the investigation, and then outlining the disposition. In the A investigations, there would be a little bit more detailed report necessary, and outlining a little bit more specifically the direction of the investigation.
Apart from your own experiences, did the Staff Supervisory Unit, given these circumstances, become a rubber stamp for FIAU closings?
I wouldn't feel comfortable saying yes to that. I would say no. I would also add and say that the ability to do the quality review that maybe a corruption investigation should have done on it wasn't available to us at that time because of the lack of manpower, the lack of time, and the other duties we were charged with.
Given the circumstances of the lack of personnel and the lack of investigative experience and the workload that you and the others had, is it possible that few of these corruption cases that were done deficiently fell through the cracks?
Oh, absolutely.
What would happen if a member of the IAD staff unit found an FIAU investigation to be defective?
Well, there would be usually 2 methods by which you would send it back to the FIAU for reinvestigation. One would be for a supplementary report. That was sort of informal. You would send it directly, I would send it directly to the FIAUs that I was responsible for. And in that request would be certain steps to be followed out, maybe additional observations or other investigative steps to be followed out, and then forward it out to the FIAU. They then would conduct the investigation and send a follow-up report into IAD. On some occasions where there was a minor question or something appeared to be left out of the report, I would call up the CO of the FIAU, question him regarding the investigation, and if his answers satisfied me, I would make a comment on a cover sheet that this was done. And then came the rejections. Our rejections were the formal way through channels of sending an investigative case back to the field.
And in your experience, were they rare?
They became more rare the longer I was in IAD.
Did you detect a reluctance on the part of IAD commanders to reject cases closed by the field internal affairs units?
Yes, I did.
Could you explain?
There were a number of cases you would review, and you would see some problems with them, and I would send my sergeant out, or myself, I would go out to an FYAU and review the case folder. And after a complete review of the case folder and maybe some additional investigative steps taken by yourself or some of your people, you'd see that this investigation was very poorly done. There appeared to be no effort to really uncover the, to prove whether the allegation was true or untrue, just to finish it out. And it was usually in a case when it was serious misconduct or corruption, not a minor case. What I would do then is I would be charged with writing a report for the commanding officer of IAD. It would be addressed from him, but I, as a lieutenant, would write the report. And it would outline the problems you find in the investigation, and in addition to that, you would outline all the steps that you wanted them to take to finish the investigation. This was a lot of work. It would be reviewed by the CO of staff, the CO of investigations, the XO, the CO, and it would be rewritten a number of times. And by the time you got finished with it, it was usually pretty clear that this was not something you wanted to do too often. But then on the rare occasion, it would be signed off and it would be sent to the commanding officer of the Inspectional Service Bureau. He would then endorse it to the chief of the department, the borough commander, and back to the FYAU. It would be considered an embarrassment to the borough commander and the CO of the FYAU when the investigation was sent back that way.
Lieutenant, did the investigations, if any, into the alleged corruption on the part of Officer Dowd ever come to your attention, or given the kind of scrutiny that you just indicated cases should be given?
Well, Judge, as Chief Sullivan indicated to you, my time in staff, the Dowd investigation that was investigated by Sergeant Tromboli never came to a conclusion in my time. When I'm talking about doing a rejection, that was when a case was concluded and forwarded to IAD for review.
But that case went on for a number of years.
That's correct.
At least 4 to 5 years, if not longer. Actually, I think longer. Is there anything within the system whereby someone reviews the progress or lack of progress of a case and wonders why it's not been brought to a close, either to exonerate the officer if there is no substance to the allegations, or to find whether in fact there is actual corruption on the part of that officer?
Yes, there is. And what happened in the, if you want to get into the Dowd case now.
Well, as an example of the procedures within the unit.
It's a different area of what we do, but I'll be more than happy to address it if you want.
To the extent that you are informed and knowledgeable, I think it would be helpful to us if we knew some of the facts.
The additional log that went out to Brooklyn North regarding allegations of Dowd's corruption was assigned to Sergeant Tromboli. It was a serious allegation. I had a very good rapport with Sergeant Tromboli. I considered him one of the better investigators in all the field units. He was a very dedicated individual, someone I came to trust in his opinion, and I held him in high regard. He would call me periodically and update me on what was going on in the Dowd investigation. I suggested to him on a number of occasions on his surveillances and observations when he observed additional corruption or members of the department who were in contact with Police Officer Dowd. I suggested to him that he should report that to the action desk and get a log number. The reason you do that is this way the commanding officer of IAD reviews every log, and it's on record that you reported this corruption. After a number of additional logs came in and a number of conversations I had with Sergeant Tromboli, I went up to see, first I took it to the commanding officer of the staff section. He sent me up to the...
Who was that?
went through 5 commanding officers in the time I was there. I don't, at that time, I don't know specifically which one it was, Judge. And he recommended I go up to see the CO of investigations. And I brought it to their attention that this investigation on Dowd seemed to be expanding, and indicated his involvement with a number of other officers in his command. At that time, I was told to monitor the investigation. Our monitor would be that Sergeant Dowd would forward a copy of each and every worksheet he did on a weekly basis. And if it was something important, he would do it daily. I would review the worksheet, make a copy, keep it in a folder, and the second copy would be forwarded up to the commanding officer of the investigative units, and would be reviewed. My understanding was it was reviewed by him and the commanding officer of IAD. That's what was being done at that time regarding the initial investigation of the Dowd case. That's what staff would do in a serious matter like that.
Are you aware as to whether or not any consideration was given to providing Sergeant Tromboli with assistance in the course of his investigation?
There came a time during the investigation and a review of my worksheets, I was aware of numerous corruption complaints in the 7-5 precinct regarding a number of officers interacting with drug dealers and allegations that they were stealing money. I was also aware of the fact that there was an investigation going on in Unit 1 within IAD.
Lieutenant, that was the investigation into Walter Yerko and his accomplices, the robbery?
I didn't have privy to the specifics of the investigation, but I knew it was regarding conduct of officers in the 7-5 precinct. So what I would do is I would bring a copy of the worksheet from Brooklyn North FIAU into the commanding officer of Unit 1 that had that investigation. I wouldn't bring him everything. If he went out into the surveillance and didn't see anything, there was no sense bringing. But I would bring him a copy of the worksheets of anything with anything of any significance.
Any substance.
Any significance at all, I'd bring it to him.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't too long before I realized that there wasn't much of an interest in me bringing these logs. In fact,
there was not much of an interest? I didn't. But
yes,
you said there wasn't
much,
interest or not much?
There not only appeared not to be much interest in me bringing the logs, the commanding officer was somewhat upset with me that I was bringing them into him. In fact, on one occasion I recall, he said, "Why are you bringing this to me?" And I said, "Well, he worked in the 7-5, or he works in the 7-5. You have a case on people in the 7-5. I think they work the same tour. I think it might be of some interest to your case, and you might be interested in it." He said, "Well, it has nothing to do with my case. Don't bring it to me."
Who was that commanding officer?
Well, it was the commanding officer of Unit 1 at the time.
Are you aware, or were you involved in any way in the decisions regarding the investigation conducted by Detective Ferrugia in the 9th Precinct?
No, sir.
May resume, Mr. Armeo.
One of the things you mentioned, Lieutenant Hodling, is that there was a reluctance in rejecting FIAU cases, a reluctance among IAD commanders to embarrass the field commanders. Do you have any examples of that you can give to the Commission?
Well, there came an occasion, I believe in '88 or '89, when there were 2 cases in Brooklyn North that were very poorly done. And I went out and I had my units do field reviews on them, and they were very, very poorly done. One specifically I remember, when I did a background check on him, I again became aware of the fact that there was an investigation within a building on the same individual with a similar allegation. I was going to reject this case or make a preparation for the CO of IAD to consider rejecting it. And I thought it would be important for me to go over to that unit and see what information they may have on how it impacted on their investigation. I did that, and it created a little bit of animosity within a unit. They didn't like the fact that I went over there. The investigator was doing that case. He felt it was not my business and I shouldn't be involved in it. So I clearly understood that, and I continued doing what I did. I apprised him of the problems I found in the investigation and told him that any information that can help in your investigation is available to you, and I left.
Would you characterize that as turf protection to some extent?
Yeah, I guess he was concerned that, to be very frank with you, Judge, I don't think they did such a good investigation, and a lot of the problems I found in the one I was rejecting, their conclusions were similar. And it created a little bit of a problem.
Lieutenant, did you bring your intention to reject this investigation to the attention of the commanding officer of IAD at some point?
Yes, I did. This was a lengthy writing because it was a very serious allegation. There were certain steps that were very poorly done, and additional work to be done. So it was rewritten a number of times. But at some point in time, I was called up to the commanding officer of Internal Affairs Division's office, and he told me what a good job I did regarding this case. And he said that case and one additional one that I rejected, or I wrote a rejection for Brooklyn North, he said, Larry, I would like you to take this over to the commanding officer of Brooklyn North and hand it to him and explain to him the problems you found in the case.
What message did you take from that, Lieutenant Hoadley?
As I said to you previously, I felt it was like when I was feeding the Christians to the lions. I was bringing over a rejection to the chief of the borough, and how I was going to have to explain to him what he did wrong. And that's not a good thing to do as a lieutenant if you plan on being on this job so long.
Lieutenant, was the reason why the CEO of IAD wanted you to go there personally because of the sort of political reluctance that there is for one commanding officer to embarrass another commanding officer, even when it comes down to doing corruption investigations the right way?
Well, I don't know what was in the head of the commanding officer of IAD, but I had even mentioned to him, I thought he was kidding when he said that, and he said no. He said, don't worry about it, he won't be upset. And why he sent me over there, it wasn't the normal thing to do. I have no idea.
Who was the commanding officer of IAD at the time?
I believe that was Chief Moran.
Lieutenant, with regard to sharing and coordinating information, you were talking about in response to the chairman's question, was there a policy in IAD about giving information to an FIAU while you were there?
It was a definitive policy. You didn't do it.
You simply didn't share information?
You did not. No.
Even if that information would be critical to the FIAU's investigation?
I want to be fair about this. I wasn't involved in every investigation, every case, so I can't speak on every investigation and every particular case. The ones I was involved with, it was clear and distinct that no information that we had in the building regarding an investigation conducted by the building would be passed on to an FIAU.
Was any reason ever given for that policy?
Security reasons that they didn't want their case being compromised by the information going out to the field. There was a feeling by many members in IAD that the FIAU units were less dedicated or committed, and there were more leaks would come out of the FIAU regarding investigations in IAD.
Lieutenant, you were answering questions just a moment ago about your involvement in the Michael Dowd matter. During the years 1986 to 1989, you were one of the supervisors of the staff unit, correct?
That's correct.
Were the commanders in IAD aware of the scope and nature of Joe Trimboli's investigation?
That's absolutely affirmative. Unquestionably, they were. There was a case. Not only would each and every log be reviewed by them, but I had a number of conversations with my commanding officer, the commanding officer of investigations regarding this case, and discussions I had with Sergeant Trimboli when he uncovered additional information that broadened the scope of this case. I said, Joe, before you do anything else, let me take it to the commanding officer of IAD. Unquestionably, you're either going to get support or more likely they'll bring it back to the building to do the investigation.
What about Chief Sullivan? Did he eventually understand this information and these allegations as well?
I can't speak for what Chief Sullivan
I'm not asking you to
understood.
speak for him. I'm asking you to tell us what happened in the regular course of business of these allegations.
I believe Chief Sullivan was the CO of IAD for my first 2 years, and then he became the CO of Inspectional Services. Now, his offices were in One Police Plaza. I worked at 72 Poplar Street. It really, my assumption was, in my tenure in IAD, that Chief Sullivan knew pretty much everything that was going on. He was a hands-on supervisor. He made I never saw a major decision made that wasn't made by him in my tenure in IAD. So I assumed he knew what was going on.
Lieutenant Hodling, as a supervisor in the staff unit, are you aware that the Brooklyn North FIAU made a number of requests to IAD for assistance in that case?
Well, not only am I aware of it, I was the one who suggested that they do that. I told Sergeant Trimboli to talk to his commanding officer and contact the CO of Investigations or the CO of IAD. I told him I would bring up the information I had to him and apprise them of what was going on. And I was pretty sure that the case would be taken back from IAD, but if not that, minimally some assistance would be given to him.
So based on your conversations with the commanding officers at IAD, they were, in 1989, both aware of the scope and extent of the 75th Precinct investigation and the desperate need that the FIAU had for assistance.
Unquestionably, that's correct.
Why didn't IAD provide assistance to the FIAU?
Was any such assistance provided?
Why wasn't it?
No, first of all, was any assistance given to Sergeant Trimboli?
Well, there was limited assistance, if you want to call it that, in the fact that at some period of time, the CO of Investigations became a little upset with me bothering him about this case and the monitor I had on it, and he suggested, to use his term, that I do a proactive monitor, which meant that I went out and did some observations on Police Officer Dowd. At the time, he was assigned to the motor transport unit. And in addition to that, one thing I did do is I took the information provided to me by Sergeant Trimboli and the observations and investigation that I conducted on my own, and I brought it to the attention of the Special Prosecutor's Office.
And now, with regard to Mr. Armeo's question, he asked, was any reason given to you why they were not giving Sergeant Trimboli any further assistance?
Judge, inspectors and chiefs aren't used to giving reasons to lieutenants. It's not the normal course of events in the police department.
Mr. Armeo, you may proceed.
Do you believe, Lieutenant Hodling, that there was a reluctance for IAD to get involved in this investigation based on attitudes that had existed within IAD at the time?
I think it would be accurate to say that an attitude permeated IAD that after the stun gun incident in Queens, after the 7/7 investigation, after the bad press, everybody was painfully aware of the fact that the highest ranking officers on our department did not want any more scandals. They didn't want any more bad press. It was obvious in the 7-5 by my review of logs that would come in that officers who should have or were under investigation were being transferred out of that command, which is highly unusual. Usually when you have an ongoing investigation, one of the parameters of Internal Affairs Division, we review all transfers, and if somebody's under an investigation, a stop is usually put to his transfer, because it will inhibit the investigation. And it became aware, I think, of everybody in IAD that the commitment to widespread corruption in a precinct that would result in bad press was not there.
Was there a way in which IAD could use to avoid doing these large-scale corruption cases?
Well, as I indicated, the investigation would be fragmented. People would be transferred. 6 months or a year later, maybe they would get a set of charges and specifications, but it would be in a different command.
What about corruption allegations that came in about the same officer or group of officers? Were they able to be fragmented, to use your word, as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
How does that happen, Lieutenant?
A log will come in, and if IAD has a case on it, one would think if it's regarding the same officers, the same allegation of corruption, the same command, common sense, you don't have to be a trained investigator. Common sense would dictate that one investigative body look at this, because the more you know about an individual, his activity, or that command, the better you are to do an investigation. But it became obvious as time went on that parts of allegations against officers would be sent to the field when you knew there was an investigation being conducted in the building.
Do you believe that this is what happened in the Dowd investigation?
Yes, I do.
What was your reaction when you learned that IAD would not participate in the investigation of Michael Dowd?
I was really shocked. Most police officers are kind of cynical regarding people's commitments to integrity and so-called doing the right thing, but I wasn't that cynical that I thought IAD would do this. I was really kind of shocked by it.
Did you have conversations with any of your commanding officers regarding this topic and the topic of using criminal defendants in the Michael Dowd investigation as informants?
During the course of one of the many discussions I had with either my immediate commanding officer or high-ranking members of IAD, the reason did come up regarding the investigation of Michael Dowd. Their reluctance to get involved in it was that they felt uncomfortable acting purely on allegations made by drug dealers. It just didn't make sense. We've done many investigations, and we've arrested numerous officers on similar allegations from drug dealers. So, I mean, it just made no sense at all, the reason it was given.
There's nothing unusual about the department acting on the basis of information coming from drug dealers, is there?
Judge, off the top of my head, I could name many, many cases similar to that it was done.
Based on your experience, Lieutenant, was this practice, as you call it, of fragmenting cases, only happen in the Michael Dowd investigation, or do you know of it having an impact on other corruption investigations?
Well, as I indicated before about that rejection that I took to Brooklyn North, there was an ongoing investigation in a building regarding that individual.
Please don't mention the name
No,
of
no,
the
no, I know.
subject officer.
I'm aware of it. There was an ongoing investigation regarding that individual in the building, and there was also an investigation in Brooklyn North regarding that individual.
It was an individual other than Michael Dowd, correct?
Oh, that's correct.
And based on your experience, what was happening to these allegations on this other individual in Brooklyn North?
I don't clearly understand what you
Were they all being assigned to the FIAU at the time?
Well, this specific allegations were assigned to the FIU, and it was similar in nature. It came a point of time where I saw the final report had been prepared for the investigation in IAD, and I saw some of the investigative steps that were taken, and I was kind of disappointed in the fact that I thought if both of these investigative agencies shared information with each other, that person would minimally maybe be off this job right now.
And to your knowledge, is that person still on the job today?
I believe he is.
When were you assigned as the commanding officer of the records section?
I believe that was December of '91.
Is it important that all allegations that come into IAD, Lieutenant, receive log numbers?
Yes, it is.
Does the log number sort of confirm the existence of the case for the records?
It sort of locks you in. Once a log number is issued and put into the computer, it's possible to deny it exists. That number is recorded, and it's there. It's hard for anybody to make it go away.
Or try to bury it, correct?
Correct.
In your experience, were all corruption allegations given log numbers and assigned to an IAD or an FIAU?
There might have been occasion where a phone call came in from a ranking officer in the department to the commanding officer of IAD, and they would either do a preliminary or assign a tickler file number on it, just to see what it was about, to get a feel what was going on, to give them some time to get a little background on the case or whatever. And there were occasions like that maybe a preliminary investigation would be done or under a tickler file number prior to be given a log number.
What is a tickler file?
A tickler file is basically a number issued by the chief of commanding officer of IAD's office. All information is kept strictly in the cabinets in the commanding officer of IAD. It's their way of monitoring these kinds of situations. If an allegation or some information came in regarding a member of IAD or a high-ranking member of the department, it might be given a tickler file to take a look at it to see the seriousness of the nature of the allegation before giving a log number.
Is there any reason why the seriousness couldn't be handled or looked at under a log number, and instead of avoiding the log number and having only a tickler number, which might not be aware, about which nobody is aware, I gather, certainly not district attorneys?
Well, Commissioner, there may be information that came in on the police commissioner or the chief of the department, and we would do a log summary and corruption summary every day, and copies of those the information would be forwarded to the police commissioner, the chief of department, chief of inspectional services. I mean, obviously, there aren't too many logs coming in on these people, but other high-ranking members of the service who work in their offices might be privy to that information. So there was some reason on occasion to use a tickler file number to keep from this information from getting into the wrong hands.
I'm not clear I understand from what you've testified to what that reason was. I mean, this is information that might or might not lead to an investigation of corruption amongst high-ranking police department officials. They should get a tickler number while everybody else gets put into a log?
Well, Commissioner, let me just explain one thing to you. I didn't make this policy up.
I'm not suggesting it's your policy. I'm only suggesting that I don't understand it, and it doesn't sound like you're...
Maybe I'm not explaining it to you properly. If every log that's prepared, every day, a 24-hour log summary is printed out every day. A copy of that summary goes to the police commissioner's office, chief of inspectional services office, and I believe the chief of the department. There are a number of individuals working for these people. They're not the only ones who handle the paper that come into their office. There are a lot of individuals who handle this paper and would have privy to the information and the names of people who are on the logs.
Well, that didn't seem to bother you a lot when I asked you the question a little while back about an individual complaining about an IAD officer. That seemed to be kept pretty careful and confidential.
If I'm indicating to you that this bothers me, I'm giving you the wrong impression. I'm just telling you what the policy was at IAD at the time.
Okay. I'm finished.
Would you agree, Lieutenant, that that might have the appearance, if not the actuality, of a cover-up where higher-ranking officials are concerned?
Absolutely. I'm aware of that.
In fact, Lieutenant, this need for confidentiality, which originated the Tickler file, began to broaden a little bit. I mean, the Tickler file's purpose broadened during your tenure there, did it not?
People in authority can take a system in place and use it for means that it wasn't intended for. We've seen that with the President of the United States. We've seen that with a lot of people in high positions. Absolutely, it was an area where if an outside agency was looking at us for an appearance of any cover-ups or hiding any cases, that's absolutely an area where there'd be a great deal of concern, and I understand that completely.
And wouldn't corruption cases, corruption investigation be included in the Tickler file?
There were cases that had Tickler file numbers that were obviously corruption.
And these files were maintained within the chief's office?
Initially, in most cases, I don't know every case that was done, but in most cases, or I never saw a situation that I know of that there was any information hidden or not reported or eventually put on a log and given a corruption number. But, you know, that did happen.
When were you assigned to the investigation units in IAD?
When was I assigned? I believe in the mid-part of 1989, the end of 1989.
How many IAD investigations did you participate in, would you say?
Now, I did IAD investigations while I was a member of staff. Using the broad scope of participating, maybe 100.
Based on your experiences, have you come to any conclusion about the way IAD investigations are handled?
Yes, I had conclusions at that time, and I have conclusions at this time that it's sad to say, but I don't see, I haven't seen the long-term commitment from the top of the police department on down to corruption investigations. Most decisions seem to be predicated on what's going to get a high-ranking official promoted, not what is in the best interest of the department. As you spoke of with Chief Sullivan, a borough commander pretty much knew if there was any press regarding corruption in his command, his career was pretty much over. In the case of Queens and the stun gun, the borough commander and the chief of patrol were basically forced out of the job.
While you were in the investigative unit, on the staff unit, conducting investigations, did you receive any encouragement about broadening the scope of investigations?
That was done on an individual basis depending on what commanding officer you worked for. There was one individual, Captain Johnson, I worked for, who was a very, very proactive investigator. And when he was a CO of staff, unquestionably any information you could get, he would be happy to hear about. But when you take the other members that were COs, the other ranking members, you would decline in that proactive attitude, and in some cases get to a point where they would be very upset with you if you did anything that caused them work.
By which you mean what? Just answer out the allegation and that's it?
It's like painting by the numbers, you know, just fill in the colors by the numbers, and that's the end of it.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Lieutenant, on the basis of your experience and knowledge, would you give us your opinion as to whether it would be beneficial and in the best interest of the people of our city if there was some form of outside monitoring of the efforts of the police department to combat corruption?
Well, Judge, I can't say that that would be a bad idea. Obviously, we haven't done such a great job ourselves, and it would be kind of ludicrous for anybody on this department to say that an oversight committee wouldn't be helpful. But we had a special prosecutor's office in effect at this time. I brought this information to the special prosecutor's office. I made them painfully aware of the seriousness of the allegations in the Michael Dowd case. I called them back a number of times asking for assistance, and I never got contacted back. If the oversight committee or board or commission is going to be appointed and politically attached to the politics in New York City, or I think it's just another layer. I don't know how much good it'll do.
There's a tickler system. I just want to make sure I understand the process. I gather that the tickler files essentially go nowhere. The logs, however, go on a regular basis to the appropriate district attorney. Is that the way it works?
No, Commissioner. Obviously, I didn't explain it to you properly. The tickler file would be assigned to a case. I don't want to speak on things that I'm not factually 100% clear of, but
I just 99, tell me and I'll agree with you completely.
Right, 99% of the time, a tickler file resulted in a log number and a C case. It would be only, in my experience, it would be used to do a quick look at what was going on before you put it up.
That's really not my question. I just want to know what happens. The logs, do they go to the appropriate district attorney the following day, or are they supposed to go to the district attorneys?
All right, now, we have to clarify what period of time you're talking about. From my time in 85 till approximately, actually until I took over as the commanding officer of the records section, every log that came into IAD, a copy was sent to the special prosecutor's office. Okay. Every single log.
That's what I wanted to know. Meanwhile, the ticklers did not go.
In some cases, a tickler file was issued to a log.
Well, when indeed a log was made, then I assume it went. But until that time, it didn't go.
If a tickler file, if a case was given a tickler file number and didn't have a log or a C number, it would remain in-house solely.
That's really all I asked.
Okay, I'm sorry for not understanding you.
No,
I just wanted to make it clear.
Thank you, Lieutenant, very much. We'll now have a 10-minute recess.
Your Honor, the next portion of these hearings will be to report to the Commission on the staff's analysis of the IAD Action Desk, the nerve center of IAD.
The chairman, please administer the oath.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I affirm.
Thank you.
Please come with me.
Yeah. Miss, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you.
Would you please state your name?
Stephen Weber.
Are you testifying here pursuant to subpoena?
Yes, I am.
Are you currently a member of the New York City Police Department?
Yes, I am.
What
Sir,
is-
would you please keep your voice up or get the mic a little bit closer to you?
Yes, I am a police officer in the New York City Police Department.
How long have you been a member of the department?
I've been a member for 28 years.
What is your rank?
Sergeant.
Briefly, could you tell the commissioners where you've been assigned in the department?
I started assignment in the Burglary Larceny Bureau, Tactical Patrol Force, Organized Crime, Bureau of Criminal Identification, and patrol precincts in the city of New York.
Have you ever served in the Internal Affairs Division or the Bureau?
Yes, I've been serving with the Internal Affairs Division for the last 10 years.
And what positions have you held at the Internal Affairs Division?
I've been the executive officer of the record section, the commanding officer of the record section, and the supervisor of the action desk for the last 10 years.
Let's turn to the action desk if we could. Based on your experiences, how important is the action desk to the department's anti-corruption apparatus?
The action desk is a very critical and vital part of the corruption effort. It's the central nervous system or the hub of the whole division.
And is that where all allegations of corruption go through that?
All allegations of corruption should go through the action desk.
What apparatus has the department established to solicit and to accept information on police corruption?
The apparatus established by the police department is the action desk per se.
So if someone from the community or a member of the department or someone called the department's main number, a 911, to report police corruption, where would that person be referred?
The person would be referred to the action desk.
So then what is the department's primary link to information about police corruption from the public?
It would be through the action desk.
And if the action desk were not functioning effectively, Sergeant, what would the impact be?
It would have a devastating impact on the whole corruption effort of the police department.
Given who the victims of police corruption are and what we've heard last week at these hearings, how important is it that the action desk have the capacity to receive information from all groups in the community?
It's extremely important to receive information from all groups of the community.
How important is it to have the capacity to receive complaints from those who are not conversant in English?
Extremely important.
And given the composition of New York City, what language other than English would be most important?
I would say Spanish.
And if the action desk did not have the capacity to receive information on police corruption from those who speak Spanish, what impact would that have on its intelligence gathering function?
It would have a serious impact on the intelligence gathering of the community.
Would information be lost?
Yes, serious information would be lost because it's not only the quantity of the information, it's the quality that might come forth from that particular group or a Spanish-speaking individual.
Sergeant, what percentage of complaints that the action desk gets are from anonymous complainants?
I would say over 50% would come from anonymous complainants.
So then for 50% of all complaints, the action desk is the only opportunity the department will have to gather as much information from the person making the call?
That is correct.
And what is the impact on investigations when information like a complainant's identity or the officer's identity is not established, is not solicited from the complainant at the beginning of the phone
It would
conversation?
have a negative effect upon the investigation if the pertinent information, like the identity of the complainant, was not divulged at the inception of the complaint.
Commissioners, the Commission investigators have conducted a series of action desk integrity tests over the past 9 months to test how, as Sergeant Weber and Chief Sullivan called it, the nerve center of the anti-corruption apparatus was functioning. At this point, I would like to call the Commission investigator who was responsible for supervising that as the witness to join Sergeant Weber. She's already been sworn in.
Thank you.
What is your position with the Mullen Commission?
I am the senior investigator, and I was assigned to supervise the Action Desk project.
Where were you assigned, where were you employed prior to the Mullen Commission?
New York City Department of Investigation.
And what was your position there?
Senior investigator,
And for how long were you with the Department of Investigation?
3 years.
Could you tell the commissioners how the Action Desk analysis and audit was conducted?
3 investigators from the commission and myself conducted 21 integrity tests for the past 9 months, from January the 8th to October 2nd, 1993. We had a basic script. What we would do was to call the Action Desk at various times of the day and various days of the week in order to get a representative sampling. We would tell the officer that we had information about corruption, serious corruption, and that we knew the identity of the police officer. This was done in order to test the Internal Affairs Division officer to give us correction. This was to test the IAB officer.
Please try to keep your voice up.
No problem. This was to test the IAB officer to see if they would ask for the name of the police officer in question. We would also tell them that we did not know what to do with the information. Once again, we wanted to test to see if they would encourage us to give them the information. We also requested from the New York City Police Department Action Desk reels.
You mean the actual reels from the Action Desk?
Yes.
Okay.
We wanted to listen to actual Action Desk conversation. I listened to 4 reels of approximately 10 hours.
Did commission investigators and attorneys also conduct an on-site inspection of the Action Desk several months ago?
Yes, they did.
Could you tell the commissioners, please, what the result of the commission integrity tests were?
The results were that the police department Action Desk did not wish to obtain any police corruption information. In most of the cases, the IAB investigators will make little to no effort to solicit basic critical information from us.
And you mentioned in your script, you said that you told them you had the police officer's identity.
That's
How often
correct.
did they try to get the police officer's identity from you in your calls?
Correction, would you repeat the question, please?
Yes. When you made the call to the Action Desk, did you say that you had the name of the police officer?
Yes.
And how often did the Action Desk officer encourage you to provide the name of that officer or even ask you for the name of the officer?
Less than 50%.
You also mentioned that you told the Action Desk officer that you were reluctant to give your name. In how many instances did the Action Desk supervisor try to convince you to provide your identity?
Not a single time did the IAB officer ask for our name.
You also indicated that as part of the script, you said that you couldn't decide what to do and that you asked the Action Desk officer whether or not you should give this information about police corruption. How did the officer react to that?
In most cases, the reaction was, it's up to you. It's your choice. We can't tell you what to do.
Sergeant Weber, you said that you've been a supervisor of the Action Desk now for over 10 years. What should an Action Desk officer do when a complainant on the line says, I don't know whether I should give you the information I have or not?
Well, the officer at the Action Desk should induce or try to solicit information by making that individual part of a team effort to accomplish the objectives of preparing a proper log.
So they should try to solicit that information?
Correct. That information should be solicited and induced, and the individual should be try to work in a cooperative spirit with the division.
But despite that, are you saying that in 50% of the cases, no one from the Action Desk even attempted to persuade you to give them the information you had about police corruption?
That's correct.
Could you tell us how many cases we're talking about, how many times this happened? how many times you did indeed place such a call?
We conducted 21 integrity tests.
21?
Yes,
And when Ms. Kornfeld mentioned script, you used the same language each time?
that's correct.
And that's the script to which you are referring and she was referring?
Yes, it is.
Did you ever feel that you were being discouraged from giving information when you called the action desk?
Yes, I was.
Do you have any examples of tapes which would show when you felt discouraged?
Yes, I do.
I would now like to ask the commission investigator play tape number 1. And for the commissioners, you should have a script that in the upper right-hand corner says tape number 1 that we provided just for your convenience.
Regarding a boss in the police department in
What?
a boss. He's like a big boss in the police department. I'm just like trying to decide. I don't know what to do really. I haven't been able to decide what I should do with the information. With him, I know he's doing some really bad things. Just don't know. What do you think I should do?
Oh, I don't know. You have to do whatever you feel is right. Whatever you think, it's up to you.
I know he's like heavily corruption and I know his name and everything. I just don't know.
Well, when you have the information, let me know. You want to decide, whatever you decide, give me a call. Call this number anytime.
I haven't decided if I should remain anonymous.
What?
Could I remain anonymous?
Yeah.
I think I feel more comfortable if I don't give my name. I know his name. I'm just not sure if I should disclose all this information.
Well, you know, I mean, I can't make you. Hold on a minute. I got another call. Hold on.
Were you placed on hold?
Yes, I was.
For how long did the action desk officer place you on hold at this point?
The first time he placed me on hold for 6 minutes and 55 seconds.
So at this point, you were then placed on hold for 6 minutes and 55 seconds?
That's correct.
3 minutes and 46 seconds waiting time. Redacted. Resume.
Hello?
3 minutes and 9 seconds. Redacted. Resume.
Hello?
Yes?
Make up your mind yet?
No. I've been hearing like a beep. What's that?
That's a tape recorder.
Oh, does that mean I could be identified?
Well, not really. I mean, there's voice identification. I mean, a lot of ways, if you want to be identified, they could have that call, what do you call that thing? You press a button, you can find out what number you're calling from. There's that, and there's voice identification. Hold on a minute. I got another phone call, all right?
At that point, what happened in the conversation?
He placed me on hold again for 3 minutes and 35 seconds.
3 minutes and 35 seconds. Redacted. Resume.
Hello?
Yes?
Make up your mind yet?
I still don't know what I should do.
Well, see, you you call me back when you make up your mind? Because I have other phone calls coming in here. I'm pretty busy.
Okay.
So when you decide to do whatever you're going to do, give us a buzz here. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Righto.
Okay, bye-bye.
What did you understand that this action desk officer was trying to convince you to do?
I felt he was trying to have me hang up. He didn't want to take the call. He wanted me to hang up. He kept me on hold for such a long time.
And if you hadn't been a commissioned investigator, what would you have done?
I would have done exactly that. I would have hung up.
Are there any other examples?
Yes, I do. I have another one.
I'd like to ask that we play tape number 2.
Yes, ma'am. I'm calling because I have some information about some serious corruption about 2 cops.
Okay, let me transfer the action desk caller.
Yes, I'm calling because I have some information about some serious corruption by 2 cops, but I'm trying to decide if I should tell you people about it or not. I don't know if it's gonna be worth it or not.
Well, that's your decision.
I don't know. I just can't decide what I mean.
Well, why did you call? You called to tell me that you can't make up your mind whether you want to give us information or not?
I mean, what do you think I should do?
No, I can't advise you. This is your choice.
Now, if I wanna stay anonymous, is that better or?
Excuse me?
If I wanna stay anonymous.
That's your choice also.
I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, when you make up your mind, if you decide to give us the information, then call back, okay? I can't stay on the line while you try to make up your mind. We have other people calling here who do wish to give a complaint, and I have to take it, okay? I can't stay on. You're holding up a line. Either you're going to get the information or you're not going to give it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so when you make up your mind, if you're going to give it, then you can call back. Okay, but right now you're holding up the line.
Okay.
Okay? Goodbye.
Sergeant Weber, what should an action desk officer have done in that instance?
Well, in that instance, the action desk officer should have, tried to induce the complainant to give forth that information and gain the confidence of the caller and tell the caller how important it was for him to lodge that complaint and what cooperative effort we would have made to conceal his identity.
Did the commission conduct any integrity tests in Spanish?
Yes, we did.
How many tests did you conduct in Spanish?
6.
And what were the results of those tests?
Out of 6 times when I called, on 4 occasions, they did not have anybody that would speak Spanish that would take my complaint.
As an example, I'd like to ask that tape number 3 be played. Yep.
Aló, por favor, ¿alguien en español?
Who's that?
Aló.
Yeah?
No English? Spanish?
No Spanish. Not now.
¿Tiene alguien que habla español?
No español, not today. Maybe tomorrow or Monday.
No español, tengo información que darle.
No Spanish here, no.
¿Nadie?
Don't speak Spanish here, no.
¿Tengo información sobre corrupción de un policía? Policía, está haciendo cosas malas, corrupción.
No comprende.
¿No hay nadie en español?
No. Maybe mañana.
¿Mañana quizás?
Maybe tomorrow.
Hablo español mañana, maybe.
No hay nadie. Tengo la información.
Who?
La información sobre un policía que está haciendo cosas corruptas. Corrupción.
There's no one here now, not now. All right, now. Mañana.
Mañana. Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Okay. Bueno.
Did you call back the next day?
Yes, I did.
And what happened?
They told me to call back the next day.
Sergeant Weber, do people ever call the action desk who do not speak English?
Yes, they do.
And given that, what accommodations have been made to take information in other languages, such as Spanish?
We will try to utilize what available manpower we have on the tour, in this case, a Spanish-speaking officer who would attempt to translate the conversation.
And are there times when there is no one available on a tour?
It's very possible that it could happen.
So there are no formal accommodations that are made?
Not within the purview of and the confidentiality of the IED system.
So what happens if someone calls the action desk with information about corruption who doesn't speak English?
If there is an available individual who could translate it, we will utilize that individual. If not, we have a serious problem.
So in other words, in both the Internal Affairs Division and in the Internal Affairs Bureau, was and is at times incapable of receiving information about corruption from a large segment of the community of New York City?
Well, we relied upon the judgment and ingenuity of the action desk supervisor to try to attain a translator. And if he couldn't, then he couldn't.
Okay. As part of your investigation and audit, did you check on whether other commands in the department that receive complaints or information from the public have the ability to receive information in other languages?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that inquiry?
I would like to refer to my notes at this point.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, we contacted 911 and CCRB. They use the language line, which is a service by the telephone company which provides them and hooks them up to a translator right away. I also called the Bias Incident Unit, the Organized Crime Investigations Division, Sex Crime Squad, and they all had a formal system set up which I had access to someone who spoke Spanish in 15 to 30 seconds. But while I was placed on hold, I was urged to stay on the line.
Did anyone ever urge you to stay on the line when you were placed on hold at the action desk?
Never.
Are you suggesting that the CCRB has an ability to do this simply through a service offered by the telephone company?
I believe so.
Is there some reason, Mr. Weber, why you aren't using it?
The reason we do not use outside sources outside the Internal Affairs Division is because of the sensitive nature of the communications and the confidentiality of the information that we deal with.
Do you think they're any different in magnitude than the brutality complaints that come to the CCRB?
Well, the magnitude of the brutality cases are distinguished from the sensitivity of a corruption case.
They are, in your view, apparently. Go ahead.
Sergeant, doesn't the Bias Unit, the Organized Crime Investigations Division, and the Sex Crime Squad also conduct investigations of a confidential nature?
Yes, they do.
Was any thought ever given for the action desk officer to tell the caller to submit it in writing if they had difficulty in understanding one another on the phone? In other words, to know at least rudimentary Spanish or other languages to be able to say, please send this in writing?
Well, we do not have an established protocol where we ask the individual to submit anything in writing. We might request them to present themselves in person during a day tour, but there is no step procedure where we ask them to submit in writing their complaints.
So if a person uses a telephone to call in to attempt to give information about corruption and does so in some foreign language, such as Spanish, which there was a very large population here in New York, it's just a question of luck whether the officer at the action desk is able to speak Spanish, and if not, that information is just not taken. Is that right?
It's very possible, yes.
All right.
Sergeant, how many complaints does the Action Desk receive about police officers through the Action Desk each year, approximately?
I would say approximately 13,000.
And how many officers are assigned to the Action Desk?
Generally, one sergeant and between 2 to 3 police officers per tour.
So if they do the mathematics, that comes to about 1 call per investigator every 1 hour and 45 minutes. Are there other calls as well that they're getting at the Action Desk?
Well, there's calls not just of corruption, there are calls, complaints of administrative improprieties, corruption of other city workers in the metropolitan area, and calls for assistance and general information.
So approximately how many calls per hour would you say that these Action Desk officers handle?
Per hour? I would say about per individual officer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think within 1/2 hour he will have 1 complaint.
1 complaint in 1/2 hour?
1 corruption complaint within 1/2 hour.
Is that a heavy volume of calls, Sergeant?
He should be able to handle accurately 1 complaint within 1/2 hour if it's a corruption complaint.
So would you say that the volume of calls explains the poor performance of the Action Desk?
I would not say that.
Sergeant, what kind of training do Action Desk officers get regarding how to solicit information from individuals contacting the Action Desk?
Well, the Internal Affairs Division does not have a set training schedule or program for newly assigned individuals to the Action Desk.
What kind of training do they get regarding the need to encourage individuals to provide information like your name or the identity of the police officer?
Police officers generally rely on an acrostic called NYPD, which they use the basic when, where, how, what, why code to solicit information. Beyond that, it's a personal talent or a personal ability of the individual officer to solicit information.
Well, is there any attempt to indoctrinate or train persons who are going to sit at that desk and take these calls to do so with maximum efficiency?
The only stimuli to encourage officers to do that would be the occasional review of those logs by superior officers, and who occasionally point out the fault of the log.
But there's no indoctrination or training of any sort?
There is no initial training on the severity or the importance of soliciting information beyond the rudiment database entries.
And would you say that in the majority of instances where the IAD receives information about corruption, it's through the Action Desk?
I would say so.
Sergeant, you said before that all calls to the Action Desk are recorded. Is that correct?
Yes, they are.
How often, during the 10 years that you've been a supervisor at the Action Desk, has a commanding officer of IAD ever reviewed those tapes to assess the quality of the Action Desk's performance?
No Action Desk supervisor reviews the Action Desk tape as a matter of procedure to determine whether the tape reflects the accurate processing or the accurate taking of the log.
And let's go beyond the Action Desk supervisors for a moment. What about the commanding officers of IAD or the chief of the Inspectional Services Bureau or anyone above supervisor? Does anyone regularly review those tapes to assess the performance of the Action Desk?
No commanding officer or executive officer on a procedural basis reviews the tapes of the Action Desk.
During your years as a supervisor, did anyone inside or outside the department ever make inquiries about whether the Action Desk was operating effectively?
No.
If an outside oversight entity conducted periodic checks like that, what impact would that have on the Action Desk's performance?
It would have a positive impact on performance levels.
And that's never been done.
It has never been done.
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Thank you both very much. You're excused. We'll recess now until 1:15. Make sure they they all do so.
Mr. Armayo, you may proceed.
Your Honor, in light of the testimony of Lieutenant Lawrence Hodling given before this commission this morning and a further review of New York City Police Department documents, I would ask the commission to recall former Chief Daniel Sullivan.
Chief Sullivan's present now. You're still under oath, Chief. I say you're still under oath, as
Yes.
you were this morning. You may proceed, Mr. Armayo.
Chief Sullivan, this morning, Judge Mullen asked you about the extent of your knowledge regarding the Dowd investigations being conducted by the Field Internal Affairs Unit. Your answer was, in sum and substance, that that kind of information did not reach your level. What was the extent of your knowledge about the scope and nature of the Dowd investigations in the years 1987 through 1992?
What I vividly recall is that one of the first complaints that came in concerning Officer Dowd had to do with his activity relating to corrupt narcotics. He was ripping off narcotics dealers. The complaint was assigned, I believe, to a field unit with the instructions for IAD, the staff unit, to monitor it. And what I recollect is that within a week, Officer Dowd was placed on restricted duty, which kind of impeded any further investigation while he was in that status.
So your testimony is then, Chief, that in the year 1987 to 1988, you were aware of at least one narcotics-related allegation against Michael Dowd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were aware, sir, that the allegation was of such import that the Internal Affairs Division ordered that a monitor be placed on that case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it also correct that a monitor allows IAD to do a weekly or a daily review regarding the investigative steps conducted by the FIAU?
That's correct.
And isn't it also correct that when a monitor is placed on an on an FIAU investigation, it means that IAD and the top commanders of IAD have a particular interest in the progress of that investigation?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the Michael Dowd investigation, or any other investigation, did you not have regular contact with the commanding officer of IAD during your tenure as CHIS, which means, by the way, Chief of Inspectional Services?
Yes, I would have daily contact with him.
And in fact, wouldn't the commanding officer of the Internal Affairs Division be obligated to inform you of the significant developments of significant investigations being conducted both within IAD and out in the field?
He would.
Do you recall, Chief Sullivan, that in July of 1988, one current and two former police officers of the 75 Precinct were arrested for armed robbery and kidnapping within the confines of the 75 Precinct?
Yeah, I recall that.
And wouldn't that be something that the CO of IAD would have to alert you about?
Yes.
And in fact, that would be because you would have to inform the police commissioner of the impending arrest of a member of the service, correct?
That's correct.
And I expect, given your management style, you would have wanted to know all of the details regarding that arrest and that investigation.
Well, what would normally take place is where an arrest goes down, IAD would send me a report of the circumstances leading up to the arrest and the fact that the arrest was accomplished and that the officer was suspended.
Chief, besides a written report, would you not have personal conversations with the CO of IAD, given that you're his direct commanding officer?
I would. He would probably initially call me when that went down.
Okay. Do you recall having conversations with Chief John Moran regarding the arrest of Walter Yerkou and other members of the 75th Precinct in July of '88?
I just can't recall it, no.
Isn't it a fact, Chief, that you asked Chief Moran at the time, sometime after that arrest, to provide you with a synopsis of the allegations against Michael Dowd, because Michael Dowd had been associated with these arrested police officers?
I just have no recollection of doing that.
Your Honor, I'd like to have a document deemed Sullivan Exhibit 1 and have it shown to the witness. It is dated August 8th, 1988, with the caption, "From Commanding Officer, Internal Affairs Division to Chief of Inspectional Services." Chief Sullivan, you were the Chief of Inspectional Services on August 8th, 1988, were you not?
Yes.
The subject of the document is entitled Synopsis of Allegations Against Police Officer Michael Dowd, 75th Precinct and Patrol Borough, Brooklyn North, Field Internal Affairs Unit, investigation to date. Would you show this to the witness, please?
I've seen this before in previous interviews.
We've discussed this before, haven't we, Chief?
Yes.
Do you recall my showing you that document in previous interviews?
Yes.
And do you recall your telling me that that was a synopsis sent at your request regarding a summary of the outstanding allegations against Police Officer Dowd?
I don't recall telling you that it was done at my request, because the only comment I made about this report was I don't remember getting it, and I further commented that it was unsigned.
Well, that's the copy of the document that we received from the New York City Police Department.
Yes.
My specific question to you is, do you recollect seeing that document before I showed it to you at a private hearing?
No, I don't.
I'd like you to please just take a brief look at the substance of that document. Chief, does the document apprise you of the fact that there were allegations that Michael Dowd was receiving thousands of dollars a week in drug protection money?
Yes.
Does the document apprise you of the fact that Michael Dowd was engaged in the sale of narcotics?
Yes.
Does the document apprise you of the fact that Michael Dowd had finances and other property well beyond the means of an average police officer?
Yes.
Chief, in August 8th of 1988 or thereabouts, did you not have knowledge of those facts regarding Michael Dowd?
Well, I have no recollection of ever receiving this document, and...
Chief, that's not my question. My question is whether or not, in or around August of 1988, you had knowledge of the facts accounted in that document.
I can't say that. I don't remember it. And the thing that puzzles me is why this document was never signed by Chief Moran. Normally, they don't send me anything to the Chief of Inspectional Services unless it's signed.
Chief, once again, were you having at that time regular conversations with your commanders in IAD?
Well, my contact with IAD would be with the CO of IAD.
Would be with Chief Moran?
Yes.
At the time, do you know of another single, more important investigation that IAD was monitoring than the Dowd investigations?
I just can't recall.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that Chief Moran would be keeping you up to date on IAD's most significant investigations?
Well, that was part of his functions.
Do you have now a better recollection as to whether or not you knew the extent of these facts in or about the summer of 1988?
I don't.
Chief, you're not arguing that you got that, right? You're just not aware of what it had to say.
I'm debating whether or not this was ever sent to me because it's unsigned, and normally an unsigned document would never be forwarded to the Chief of Inspectional Services.
I see. So you may never have received it. It's not that you just don't recall what it had to say.
Well, it's both. I don't recall the contents of it, and I'm inclined to doubt whether it was ever sent, because I would never accept a document like this unsigned.
Well, you'd have to read most of it before you'd notice that, right?
Pardon?
Never mind, I'm sorry, go ahead.
But I think the question put to you is whether the facts contained in that document had come to you in some other form, whether oral reports from your commanders or any other source.
I recall being advised of the arrest of Yerko and the initial allegation against Dowd, but the contents of that I just don't have a recollection of.
Chief, do you recall my asking you the following question and you're giving the following answer in sum and substance at a private hearing? I asked you the extent and knowledge of your knowledge of the Dowd investigation, and you replied in sum and substance, I recall the Dowd case when it first came in, but the time frame I'm not sure about. I'm sure I was an IAD because I remember that I was very interested in these allegations. I'm not just doing this for memory. Do you recall being very interested in the Dowd allegations?
When the allegation first came in, I was.
As time went on, you became less interested?
Well, the thing that happened that I felt seriously damaged the viability of conducting an investigation was the fact within a few days he was placed on restricted duty. Therefore, he was removed from the scene of his corrupt contacts.
That didn't happen as a result of an order by you, right?
No, absolutely not.
Indeed, that really wasn't the way in which to sew up an investigation, was it?
Of course not, no.
In fact, Chief, the fact that Mr. Dowd at that time was placed on restricted duty doesn't necessarily mean that the investigation had to come to a halt. Is that right?
Well, the investigation would remain open to be pursued at a time when he was back on patrol.
Well, Chief, didn't it ever occur to you that perhaps Michael Dowd, even on restricted duty, was going back within the confines of the 7-5 precinct to conduct his illegal activities?
Well, it depends on the specific points or the specific allegations that were being made. If the allegations pertain to his activity while on duty in uniform, once he was placed on restricted duty, he was removed from that status.
Chief, may I ask you this? Right now, as you sit here with the benefit of hindsight, does that not seem to you a rather narrow way of looking at a police corruption investigation?
Well, we respond, every investigation, you respond specifically to the allegations. If the fact that he was placed on restricted duty neutralized them, it may be the investigator's posture that he was going to wait till he would return from restricted duty.
My question is, Chief, does that posture make any sense when you're trying to get a corrupt cop, that you just answer out the allegations? What if the allegation against Mr. Dowd had been that he was sleeping while on duty, and you ran into the fact that he was actually protecting drug organizations? Does that mean you not look into the drug allegations simply because all you need to do is answer out the original allegation?
Well, you would conduct surveillance of him, and whatever misconduct you discovered, you would take action on.
Chief, if you're actively investigating very serious allegations of corruption on the part of a police officer, and you receive information that he's about to be transferred or is being transferred to some other assignment, did you not have the power, and holding the high position you did and answerable only to the police commissioner, to reverse that assignment and to keep him the same assignment so that further investigation could be added about his corrupt activities?
Well, in most situations, the action would be taken before I became aware of it, because the people taking that kind of action in the medical bureau or in the personnel bureau would not have knowledge of allegations against a particular officer. And for me to reverse a medical decision, for example, I don't think would be accepted by the department. It was never the policy of the department to interfere with what would be termed a medical decision.
Well, if IAD was running an investigation or overseeing an investigation of serious corruption charges, wouldn't you have the right to, and perhaps the obligation, to see to it that there was no interference with the assignment pending the completion of the investigation?
Well, there'd be no way to do that without disclosing the fact that we were looking at Mr. Dowd. I mean, to go to the Medical Bureau or the Personnel Bureau and say, I don't want anything interfere with my investigation on Dowd would be, in a way, tipping the fact that we were looking at him.
Apparently everyone knew that Mr. Dowd was being investigated from the testimony that we've had here. Let me ask another question then. Are you familiar with the investigation into the 9th Precinct being conducted by Detective Ferrugia?
Detective who?
Ferrugia?
I don't recall it, no.
Never brought to your attention while you were in charge of IAD?
I recall there was a Ferrugia assigned to Manhattan South FIAU, but I just can't recall any particular investigation that he had.
Do you recall the arrest of Officer Brown, Alan Brown?
I don't recall it, no.
How many police officers were arrested during the time that you were in charge of IAD or as in charge of inspectional services?
The average was between 80, and the highest figure I recall was 112.
Officers, police officers were arrested?
Yes, throughout the department. Over that stretch of time, it averaged between 80 and over 100.
Say average, you mean per year, or?
For all reasons.
No, what period of time I think the chairman is asking?
Well, I'm talking between 1986 and the time I left.
And you have no recollection of the arrest of Officer Brown?
I don't.
You have and you have no knowledge of the fact that he was arrested and an investigation was aborted at the directions of IAD?
I have no knowledge of that.
Are you familiar with Sergeant Tromboli?
I never met Sergeant Tromboli.
Well, did you ever hear of him?
I heard of him from the newspapers.
I see. You never had anything to do with or understood what his role was during the course of the Dowd investigation?
No, the name was unknown to me prior to this commission being established.
Chief, during the course of the Dowd investigations...
Excuse me, Mr. Armeo.
I'm sorry, Your
may I
Honor.
pick up on something you opened up here? Chief, let me see if I understand you in respect to the August 8, 1988 memorandum. This morning I understood you to say to Chairman Mullen that you never really got any detailed information about any investigation of Michael Dowd, with some comment that it didn't come up to your level. Did you say that in substance this morning?
Well, the allegations would be funneled into the IAD. And in my office, I would get on a daily basis a copy of a log or a corruption summary.
Right.
In some cases, allegations were made where the subjects were not identified by name, so that you would have to really see the whole package of complaints against Dowd to be able to tie them together.
So what you're telling us is that now that you've seen what is called Sullivan Exhibit Number 1, this memorandum, you cannot recall any of the details, even those details which are recited in that memorandum.
I can't recall any of the details, no.
And you're not telling us that you absolutely did not receive that memo, are you?
Well, what I find indicating that it may not have ever been sent was the fact that it's unsigned.
Well, you mean to say that if you received a memorandum that happened not to be signed on a particular morning, you wouldn't even look at it?
Well, it was very rare for me to get a document that was unsigned.
I'm sure it was, but that's not my question. My question is, was it your practice not to read any report, memorandum, letter, or whatever from some component of the police department and not read it if it weren't signed.
I would certainly read it, but I would return it for signature.
Do you recall returning this document or a copy thereof to Chief Moran saying you didn't sign it?
No recollection of that.
And as you sit here today, you never recall in August of 1988 ever hearing that Officer Dowd and his partner, a man named Kenny Urell, were making about $8,000 a week.
I don't recall ever hearing that.
Don't recall a thing. Now, another thing, may I ask while I've got you here, sir? I think you told us this morning that from time to time during your tenure as Chief of Inspections, that you had occasion to talk to police commissioners about the problems in IAD and investigations of corruption, meaning lack of support, lack of personnel, lack of money, right?
Yes, sir.
Who was commissioner, if you recall, in August of 1988?
1988, I would say it was Commissioner Ward.
Benjamin Ward?
Yes.
And you don't recall, I assume, from what you've said heretofore, ever speaking to any commissioner about the Dowd case. Is that so?
No, sir. No, sir.
Meaning by that you didn't talk to them or you don't recall?
I have no recollection of telling Commissioner Ward anything about the Dowd case.
Knowing what you know now about what happened to these police officers who were arrested in the 75 precinct, and particularly the case of Michael Dowd, which now has gotten a great deal of public exposure, would this have been the kind of case that if you knew the facts that you might have talked to the commissioner about?
I certainly would have.
You would have?
Yes, sir.
But you're definite in your recollection that you did not?
I have no recollection of ever talking to him about it, and I would be inclined to think that I didn't.
Is there any reason for that?
Well, I don't think I had a knowledge of the details.
So that what you told Chairman Mullen this morning is still your testimony, that you didn't really think that the details came up to your level, say in August of 1988?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Do you know of any instance during those 6 years that you were with IAD and with Inspection Services of any case alleging corruption of the magnitude that Officer Dowd was involved with?
Well, we had several cases. I know the Bogart and Corley case was very serious, and there were others, but I just can't pinpoint them at this time.
Well, would you agree that, at the very least, the charges against Officer Dowd were extremely serious? The allegations against?
Oh, absolutely.
And yet you believe that those facts did not come to your attention?
I don't think they did.
Well, where would you say, well, first, would you agree that they should have come to your attention?
Absolutely.
Where would you say the breakdown was in failing to bring to your attention these very serious allegations against a police officer?
Well, apparently that document was prepared by IAD. Whether it was ever sent to me, I have no knowledge. What dissuades me from thinking that it was ever sent was the fact that it's unsigned. That was just not the practice to send unsigned documents to my office.
Would you say that if the chief of IAD, in this instance Chief Moran, was aware of the facts contained in this memorandum, which bears his name, if not his signature, was of such magnitude that he should have exercised all the measures possible to see if there was any validity to those allegations?
Oh, he certainly should have.
Well, come August 9th or 10th, when there was no response from you with respect to this August 8th memo, wouldn't the regular course of business be for Chief Moran to say, don't you think we ought to do something about that Dowd memo, or would he just figure it was all on your shoulders?
Well, the CO of IAD was expected to exercise the initiative to pursue any and all allegations that came into IAD. Each case was assigned either to a field unit or to an IAD unit. And the normal course of events, they would pursue each and every allegation. They didn't have to wait for direction from me to pursue them.
No, I understand they didn't have to wait for direction. I'm concerned about your being apprised, both in writing and if indeed you didn't get it in writing orally, of what's going on in your department. And I gather you're telling me in this instance and telling all the commissioners that in fact you weren't apprised.
Well, I'm saying I have no recollection of ever seeing that memo. But the contents of that memo and each and every allegation in there should have been pursued by IAD through whatever investigative unit was assigned.
Well, based on the content of the memo, should Chief Moran have caused IAD to take over the investigation of the Dowd case?
Well, he should have assembled all the allegations against the police officer Dowd and his cohorts, and if he found that some were out in the field units and some may have been in IAD, he should have put them all under one umbrella and pursued each and every allegation.
Chief, my question to you is, why didn't you do that? You said this morning that a task force should have been assembled to look into the 75th precinct.
Well,
why wasn't that your responsibility to direct your IAD, to conduct such a full-scale investigation?
As I stated earlier, the only knowledge I had of the allegations against Dowd was the original one, which followed by him being placed on restricted duty within a few days.
So are you saying that after that one piece of information, the next you heard about Michael Dowd is when he was locked up by Suffolk County detectives in May of '92?
Pretty much so.
Chief, on another subject, you testified earlier today that you believed there was a lack of commitment at the top level of the police department to deal effectively with corruption in the department. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you base that on? Were there actual conversations? Were there any written memoranda? What do you base that? That's a conclusion. I think we'd like to know what you base that conclusion on.
I base that conclusion on the reaction to the bad press that IAD was generating from time to time.
Are you referring again to the 77th Precinct case?
That was the starting point. There was tremendous bad publicity generated out of that case, and each individual case that developed after that had the same effect.
Well, did you discuss, after the 77th Precinct case, did you have occasion to speak to the police commissioner at that time about the department being more effective in dealing with corruption?
As relates to bad press, what specifically?
Relates to bad press or any other aspect. Did you discuss with, who was the commissioner at the time of the 77th Precinct?
Commissioner Ward.
Now, did you have any conversations or any written memoranda exchange with Commissioner Ward about what can be done about making the department more effective in combating corruption?
Well, I spoke to him many times concerning other matters that were under investigation by IAD. I spoke to him about things in the way of motivating personnel that we needed more, a faster track in IAD. But as far as the mechanics of conducting investigations, I did not talk to him about that.
Well, in the course of your discussions with Commissioner Ward, did he indicate support, maximum support for your activities in combating corruption?
In my direct contacts with Commissioner Ward, he was always in full support of IAD.
You understand my question? In other words, did his oral acquiescence transform itself into action?
Well, I don't think most of the resistance to the efforts of IAD was necessarily coming out of the police commissioner's office. It may have been at other levels.
Where?
But as far as my contacts, I had contacts with the police commissioner, and I always had his full support.
Do you have any idea as to where the lack of support was manifested?
Not specifically, Your Honor. It was just an impression.
Well, what's your best recollection, Chief?
Of where
it came from, the lack of support?
I think it came from several levels. There was very little support from the field. Most of the field units really hated IAD. There was just no climate any place within the department for support of IAD, except that my dealings with the commissioner, who I dealt with primarily, I felt I had his full support.
Was IAD disliked because, well, do you have an opinion of why IAD was so disliked by personnel in the department?
Well, because everything IAD did was an embarrassment to whatever other units in the department that were affected by IAD's actions.
Why would it be an embarrassment unless there was some violation of procedures or of laws?
Well, because it was a reflection. If you made arrests of 2 officers assigned to a precinct, it was a reflection on the chain of command for allowing this situation to develop, where we had to go out and arrest 2 officers. So it was just not in their best interest to, because of the accountability theory, it was not in their best interest to have corruption surfacing in their commands.
Well, Chief, in view of that, to put the question in somewhat crude terms, but one which is fairly popularly used, do you believe that the police can effectively police themselves?
At the present time, and unless they get a good handle on employing the 2,000 field supervisors and commanders to get them on the anti-corruption team totally, I think we do need outside oversight just to keep the department's feet to the fire.
I have a couple of other questions, if I may, Your Honor. Chief, during the course of the Brooklyn North FIAU's investigation into Michael Dowd and other members of the 75th Precinct, were you aware that on a number of occasions the FIAU came knocking on IAD's door for assistance?
I was not.
In March of 1989, well, let me step back, Chief. Was it a usual thing for the FIAUs to come to IAD for assistance in personnel or in making requests to take over a case that had been assigned to an FIAU? Wouldn't you say that was a rather unusual occurrence?
For IAD to request a takeover of an FIAU case?
The other way around, for the FIAU to come back to IAD and ask that IAD take back the investigation.
That was very unusual.
Wouldn't Chief Moran report to you unusual things that happened during the course of business at IAD?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that Chief Moran never told you that the Brooklyn North FIAU wanted IAD to assume responsibility for the Dowd investigations?
I have no recollection of that at all.
Did you ever speak to Moran about this investigation, the Dowd investigation?
I have no memory of that.
Of ever speaking to him?
No.
But indeed, it's his responsibility, in your view, to follow up these allegations.
Every allegation coming into IAD, the system was in place. They should have all been pursued.
So he's the chief who should have pursued it, I assume, right?
Absolutely. They should have been collected. All the allegations should have been collected, as I said before, and an intensive look at Mr. Dowd should have been conducted.
Sir, you told Chairman Mullen a few moments ago that your recollection was that during your tenure, from 1986, I think you said, until you left, you recall there were between 80 to 100 New York City Police Department officers who were arrested.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've read the memorandum of August 8, 1988, and you know that in that memorandum, among other things, it is reported that there is information that Michael Dowd and his partner Kenny Urell were living off about $8,000 a week of drug money, that Dowd had purchased 3 homes, which presumably is something that the ordinary police officer, no matter what his rank, is able to do easily, if at all, and so on and so on. Do you recall that any of the other arrests of police officers mentioned anything more serious than that in the field of police work, particularly in the field of drug enforcement?
Well, are you going back just during my tenure?
Yes, sir. During that period you told us about, or told Chairman Mullen about.
Well, there was substantial payoffs in the 77th precinct case.
Right. But did you see anything any worse?
I don't believe so.
And you were aware, of course, if only from the newspapers last week, that pretty much what was said in that memo of August 8, 1988, turned out to be true.
Yes.
But you still have no recollection at all, and indeed doubt that you ever received that memorandum because it wasn't signed.
That's correct.
All right.
Were you aware, Chief Sullivan, that in March, specifically on March 9th of 1989, there was in fact a meeting between IAD and the Brooklyn North FIU regarding the Michael Dowd investigation?
I can't recall that.
Did you ever have any conversation with Chief Moran or any other commander at IAD that the FIAU was coming to seek assistance on the Dowd investigations?
No.
Did Chief Moran ever communicate to you that the FIAU wanted to use a criminal defendant in an undercover capacity against Michael Dowd in that investigation?
I never heard that.
There was testimony before this commission, Chief, that IAD had a practice in some instances, perhaps because of the fear of scandal that you testified to earlier, that investigations against an officer or groups of officers would be fragmented in order not to make it one big investigation.
I can't believe IAD would ever take that posture.
Is it possible that they did take that posture given all of the evidence you've heard?
I would be inclined to doubt it.
And if that were happening, would you know about that, Chief?
If they were taking that posture, I wouldn't know it unless somebody told me.
Well, didn't you have a responsibility for the quality control of IAD and its performance as a division of the New York City Police Department?
I did.
Did you look into whether or not IAD was fragmenting cases?
There was nothing to arouse my suspicions that they might be doing that.
Chief, did you ever have any conversations or exchange of memoranda with Commissioner Brown when he was commissioner with regard to the commitment of the department to combating corruption?
Well, I spoke to Commissioner Brown before he left, and it was after I retired, and it was when this Dowd case broke. I got a call at home, and I came down to see him, and I told him at that time that the two big problems was this fear of the press and a lack of support for IAD.
Did he indicate to you any lack of support or any lack of commitment to combating corruption?
No.
I have no
Judge,
further
just two
questions.
further matters. Chief, we heard some testimony before about the existence of the Tickler file. Did the Tickler file contain corruption cases, that is, allegations of corruption?
Not while I was CO of IAD. They shouldn't have.
What about while you were CHIS, Chief of Inspectional Services?
Well, I haven't examined what's in the Tickler file really since I left IAD. But anything that would be put in the Tickler file would have been denied access by the officer of the special prosecutor if it was not also given a C number. Because every C case the special prosecutor had access to.
So in other words, if a corruption allegation were placed by an IAD commander in a Tickler file without a C number or at a log number, that would be tantamount to burying a corruption allegation.
Well, not necessarily, because the contents of the allegation may have been against a member of IAD.
Chief, do you remember my asking you, or I should say Ms. Kornfeld asking you that same question in a private hearing, and you're answering yes, it would be tantamount to burying the corruption allegation?
Well, if that was the purpose of doing it, it would be tantamount to burying it.
Could the Tickler file be used for that purpose?
It could.
Chief, I have one other question. Do you ever recall directing a commander of IAD to take a corruption allegation and not enter it in the records?
Well, to be fair about it, I'm aware of that, the contents of that memo. And I did direct that for the specific reason that it was, the allegation was against a member of the family of a supervisor assigned to IAD. And I told them, the chief in IAD, not to assign a number until later, because by putting it on the record in the action desk would have disclosed the contents of those allegations to several people, and that it may have gone back to the father of the individual, and this would effectively reduce any attempt to conduct a viable investigation.
Just one further question, Chief. There were other corruption allegations against members of IAD, let alone their families, that received log numbers. Isn't that right?
Well,
Is that right, Chief?
Well, I'm sure it's correct, yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief.
Here's Harris' comment.
I'll give it right back. Give this back to Joe. Frank O'Hara.
Did they change the name?
Yeah, go ahead. You and Mr.
Lee Brown called him. Lee Brown called him. Right. Makes a deal.
Your Honor?
Go right. So it's going to go. Yeah, sure. Frank is coming around. Go ahead. You may proceed, Mr. Armayo.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the Commission calls Robert Machado.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated. Mr. Armayo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Machado, would you please state your full name?
Robert A. Machado.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm employed as a Deputy Chief Investigator for this commission.
How long have you been a criminal investigator?
For approximately 17 and a half years.
To provide the Commission with a brief summary of your career in law enforcement.
I began my career in 1968 as a police trainee. I was hired as a trainee. In February of '72, I was appointed a police officer. I was assigned to 24th and 28th precincts. I was assigned to the Narcotics Division of OCCB as an undercover officer, as a detective investigator, until 1981, when I was transferred to the Bronx District Attorney's Office Squad. In September of 1983, I was promoted to sergeant and assigned to the 88th and 83rd precincts on patrol. In August of 1985, I was promoted to the rank of lieutenant, and I was assigned as the integrity control officer for the 83rd precinct. In September of '86, I was reassigned as a lieutenant to the Narcotics Division, where I went from different units. I was in the Brooklyn Special Anti-Crack Unit. I was in Queens Special Anti-Crack Unit. I was in the Queens Tactical Narcotics Task Force, Queens Narcotics District, and in October of 1989, I was assigned as a lieutenant to the Organized Crime Investigation Division. Now, during my tenure as a lieutenant in OCCB, I was also an integrity control officer for all of those units.
Mr. Machado, how many complex criminal investigations would you say you've participated in or supervised during your career?
Most of my career in the Narcotics Division was spent doing long-term investigations. So over approximately 16 and a half years, I did several hundred cases.
And just briefly, can you give us an idea of what kinds of criminality these investigations inquired into?
With different cases, basically drug investigations of organized crime figures, drug cartels. They all involved some sort of court-ordered wiretaps or eavesdropping orders.
And did they often result in the arrest of multiple defendants?
Yes, my investigations usually lasted sometimes 2 years, and they added up to anywhere from the 30s to the highest number was 78 people that were indicted and were arrested.
And of course, you were doing this on behalf of the New York City Police Department, these complex investigations.
Yes, I was.
You tell us, we're going to use the term proactive investigations. What is a proactive investigation?
Proactive investigation would be something that you would generate on your own without a particular complaint from or an allegation from either community or some other member of the police department. What you would do is you would gather all the intelligence data that you had, analyze it, interview informants or prisoners that were arrested in a particular area you're interested in. They usually involved multiple subjects who usually concealed either their identities or the crimes they were committing.
And Mr. Machado, what are some of the investigative tools that investigators with your background have used in order to generate proactive investigations?
Well, you would try and develop informants in the area that you were interested in. You would try and use the intelligence information, the informants, and try to get the necessary legal cause to have either wiretaps signed by court or use other electronic or photographic surveillance equipment.
And in your career, have you done all of those things?
Yes, I have.
What are reactive investigations?
Reactive investigations are what you would basically sit by the phone and wait for somebody to call you up and say, so-and-so was selling drugs on a corner, and you go out and conduct that investigation.
Now, during the course of your work for this commission, have you reviewed IAD investigative files and case folders?
Yes, I have.
How many of these IAD case files have you reviewed?
I reviewed approximately 100, maybe a little bit more.
What do those files include?
Well, the typical IAD case folder includes worksheets prepared by investigators almost on a daily basis, a closing report, which at the end would tell you the steps that were taken and what their final outcome was of the investigation. Sometimes they would include, if they were done, what they call GL-15 tapes, which is an interview of the officers under the guidelines of Patrol Guide 118-9.
Would the worksheets essentially give you a running history of the conduct of an investigation?
They would cover every step that was taken by the investigating officer, whether it was an observation they conducted out on the street, or if they conducted an interview or contacted any district attorney or special prosecutor's office.
What was your purpose in reviewing these files?
What I did was review the files to evaluate the quality of the investigation and to see if any proactive steps were being taken by the Internal Affairs Division or the FIU.
And based on that review, have you come to a conclusion about the quality of these IAD investigations and their use of proactive investigative tools?
Well, after reviewing it, the only thing I could say, glaring facts came out. For instance, reviewing the cases, I noticed that there was very little proactive, well, what investigators would call proactive use being taken. It appeared, just at looking at the reports, now these reports were cases, I reviewed the 1991 closed cases, but these cases went back as far as 1986 up until 1991. And it showed that basically the Internal Affairs Division seemed to be taking what we would call ground ball cases. By ground ball, I mean the easy cases to get investigated and close out. They took very few narcotics cases. My opinion is that in the old days, narcotics money was dirty money. It was dirty corruption. When we investigate narcotics cases, it's also dirty. You have to get out there, you got to get down on the streets with the drug dealers. You have to work nights, you have to work weekends, you have to work different tours, sometimes overtime. And it appeared that they didn't do any of those cases. As a matter of fact, Sergeant Triboli, in his investigation of Michael Dowd, did more narcotics investigation on that one case than I reviewed for the whole year of 1991 at IAD.
Did you look to see in these closing reports and worksheets whether or not IAD was using criminal informants, whether they were using electronic surveillance, whether or not they executed search warrants, all of these proactive measures, which for people in OCCB, I imagine, are a matter of course? What was the result of your tabulation of the use of those tools?
Well, they very rarely used any of those proactive investigative steps. The informants they were used was supplied to them by other units in the police department, by other investigative units outside the police department. There was one case that had a wiretap involved, but it was a wiretap that was developed by another police department unit. They did attempt to do some integrity tests, but it was only done as a last resort to answer out the allegation to close the case.
Let me follow up on that for a moment. What is an integrity test?
An integrity test is a term the police department uses to afford the officer an opportunity either to commit the crime or not. They would basically set them up where they would send, I'll give you an example. In one instance, they sent an undercover officer out to a location, had some simulated crack on him and some money, and somehow got the police officer to go over and check that officer out. The majority of times that failed. In this one particular case I'm talking about, they sent the undercover officer to Riverside Drive. There aren't many drug dealers on Riverside Drive, and I'm sure the officer said this is a setup and just walked away.
Have you reviewed IAD documents regarding IAD's use of integrity tests?
Yes, I have.
And what documents specifically did you review?
I reviewed the IAD annual integrity test report. Actually, I reviewed two of them. One was for the years 1988 to 1989, and the second one was from 1990 to 1991.
And do these documents describe the manner of integrity tests used in specific cases?
Yes, they do.
Based on that review, Mr. Machado, has IAD used integrity tests effectively?
No, they didn't. The review of the integrity test, what I did was I broke it down into 5 different categories on how they use the integrity test. The first category I looked at is the drug-related category. That was for allegations of cops either stealing drugs or money in drug situations. Now, for the year 1988 to 1989, IAD or FIEU only did 16 tests for that 2-year period. In 1990 to 1991, they only did 9. Now, if you only do 25 over a 4-year period, and narcotic allegations that come into the police department far outnumber that, you're not using it right. They're doing it just to close out an investigation.
What was the vast majority of integrity tests performed by the IAD in those years?
Well, they had 2 categories that I looked at that was the vast majority. One of them was what I would call compliance. By compliance, I mean IAD would check by telephone. They would call up different units in the police department and either give them a corruption allegation, a CCRB complaint, a narcotics complaint, or they would just see how the phones were being answered. In 1988 and 1989, they did that 982 times. They decreased it what they did was they checked local establishments, eating establishments within the city. What they would do is go out in uniform, I'm assuming, and check to see if cops were getting free or discounted meals. Now in 88, 89, they did that 87 times.
But these are integrity tests that are not aimed at potentially corrupt police officers.
No, these are aimed at the public. In 1991, in 1990, 1991, somebody went out and had lunch 526 times on the city of New York.
And what was he or she checking for?
To see if cops are getting free meals or discounted meals.
Mr. Machado, I'd like to step back and just ask you once again about proactive techniques. Based on your investigative experience, are proactive techniques necessary for the effective investigation of police corruption as we see today from the witnesses that we had here last week?
Yes, they are. As witnesses testified last week, cops are out there in groups, in numbers, committing crimes, whether it's ripping off drug dealers of money or drugs or something like that. They're creating their own corruption. They're creating situations. They're not reacting to something out there. They're planning it ahead of time. They're concealing it. Cops often are very difficult to, especially the sharper cops, they're very difficult to follow. So what you have to do is you have to be more than lucky. You can't just wait for them to see them doing something. You have to use proactive methods, whether it's debriefing prisoners, developing informants, or using electronic surveillance. Whatever you have to do, you got to use your imagination, basically. You got to get out there and do it.
Did IAD have the capacity to conduct their own proactive or self-initiated investigations?
Well, for the last, I guess, about 4 or 5 years, Internal Affairs Division had their own self-initiating investigating unit.
And what was the purpose of that unit?
Purpose was to go out and, I'm assuming, analyze the data available and develop their own cases.
Sort of the way the FIEU did it in the Dowd investigation, self-generated case?
Yes, sir.
In the course of your review of IAD investigative techniques for the Commission, did you attempt to review the quality of IAD self-initiated cases?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to do that?
No, I was not.
Why not?
Well, this commission requested the figures and the cases that IAD self-initiating investigating unit had, and the response was that they had no closed cases at that time.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this document dated April 29th, 1993 as Commission Machado Exhibit Number 1. I'd like to show it to the witness.
So marked, then.
Mr. Machado. Mr. Machado, do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
Does that document contain the response to the Commission's request for self-initiated cases from 1988 through 1992?
Yes, sir, it does.
Is there an endorsement on that document containing the police department's response to that request?
Yes, sir.
Could you please read it?
It's the first endorsement from Commanding Officer, Investigative Research Unit to Project Coordinator dated May 11, 1993. There were no self-initiated investigations conducted by IAD or IAB from 1988 to 1992. As of this date, there are no closed self-initiated cases.
Thank you very much, Mr. Machado. No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Machado. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness will be called and questioned by Commission Counsel Charles Gurria.
Mr. Commissioner, with your permission, I would call Ms. Pugash.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Gurria.
Thank you, Commissioner. Could you please state your full name?
Jody A. Pugash.
What is your current occupation?
I am a confidential investigator assigned to the Mullen Commission.
And how long have you been a confidential investigator?
For 7 years.
Ms. Pugash, since October 1990, what agencies are responsible for prosecuting police corruption cases?
The individual district attorney's offices are assigned.
Is that a change from the previous system?
Yes, prior to October 1990, the Special Prosecutor's Office had exclusive jurisdiction for all corruption cases. IAD would send them all to the State Special Prosecutor's Office.
Would you please, Ms. Pugash, can you pull the mic closer to you, please?
The other one as well.
The other one, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Pugash, at some point, was the state prosecutor's office, special prosecutor's office dissolved?
Yes, around October of 1990. It was dissolved shortly after the Knapp Commission.
Because of this change in prosecuting authorities, did the commission undertake an investigation?
Yes, we decided to do an analysis on the type of cases that were being sent to the district attorney's office. Prior to 1990, every single corruption case that came in through IAD, all the C cases, was sent directly to the special prosecutor's office. Since shortly after that, after the special prosecutor's office, the district attorney's office received the cases. However, it was my understanding that they were only receiving cases of serious misconduct or serious allegations. The ones of minor allegations or minor misconduct or administrative misconduct were not sent. The purpose for this investigation or this analysis was to do a comparison to determine which cases were not sent.
Could you please describe the nature of the investigation you did for the commissioners?
Sure. Basically, we asked for all the corruption cases for 1991 and 1992. This was supplied by IAD. In addition, we also spoke to the individual district attorney's offices, and they sent us a listing of all the corruption cases they received from IAD. This comparison was then done to determine which cases were not sent to the DA's office.
Were there any difficulties in trying to conduct this analysis for the investigation?
We had a couple of difficulties. Some case numbers did not have summaries attached to it. It took a little additional effort on that part. We had to contact the individual district attorney's office to find out exactly which cases that they received.
Despite those difficulties, were you able to come to a determination about the corruption allegations not sent to the district attorney's office?
Yes, we were.
Okay. Was your analysis based on your judgment of the kinds of allegations that IAD should have referred to the DA's offices?
Yes, the type of allegations, that's what we looked at.
Could you please describe for the commissioners the results of your analysis for the year 1991?
Sure. In 1991, IAD records revealed that 2,428 allegations were assigned corruption complaint numbers. Now, our review, our analysis to date has uncovered 113 cases or allegations that have serious corruption or serious misconduct noted in it that should have gone to the district attorney's office but never went there.
They never went to the district attorney's office?
No, they did not.
Okay.
113 of that 2,000 figure?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that this is a figure up to date. What does that mean?
We are waiting for confirmation on one specific district attorney's office, just to confirm that our figures are correct.
But with regard to the other district attorney's office, the numbers are complete?
Yes.
Okay. Could you give some examples for the commissioners to demonstrate the types of cases that came into your study?
Sure. For 1991, a couple of examples would be a named complainant. There's a name from this complainant alleges that two specific police officers, their names were given and their tax numbers were given, from a Manhattan precinct, was associating with a drug dealer. And when this complainant went to refer this information to the precinct, a ranking member of the service refused to take said complaint. This is one example. Another named complainant who was arrested for bribery stated during his interview that in the past he gave $300 to two specific officers to protect his drug dealing. And for another example, a sergeant from IAD reported that he has information that a specific police officer from a specific precinct was running license plates or plate checks for organized crime figures. These are a couple examples of ones that I believe should have gone to IAD, should have gone to district attorney's office.
Now, were the three examples you gave, were they unusual, or do they typify the types of cases that you came across in your study?
These were the type that we thought were of serious nature that should have definitely have gone to the DA's office.
Okay. Did you conduct a study of the cases in 1992?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Could you please tell the commissioners the results of your investigation for that year?
Sure. There we go. In 1992, according to IAD, they classified 2,066 cases as corruption cases for that year. And from our analysis, we have approximately 117 of serious nature that did not go to the district attorney's office.
So 113 for the year 1991 and 117 for the year 1992.
That's correct.
Okay. Could you give the commissioners some examples from 1992?
Sure. Once again, a named captain, a captain of a Manhattan precinct, reports that an officer from the same precinct gave him information, and an informant alleged that two unidentified officers are being paid off by drug dealers. That's one. A sergeant from Narcotics Division reported that the complainant alleged that $3,000 of U.S. currency was missing from his residence after a search warrant was conducted by a lieutenant, by a high-ranking member of the service. And lastly, another complainant who is named alleges that a specific officer, and they also give the officer's name and tax number, chased her and her two sons into the apartment, broke down the door, searched the children, searched the apartment, and offered no explanation whatsoever.
Do these examples from 1992 also typify the types of cases that you came across?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Ms. Pugash, on the
Yes.
basis of your analysis, were you able to ascertain what standards were used in terms of sending the matters to the district attorney's office and those which were not sent?
You mean the type of cases? Is that what you're asking, sir?
Yes. In other words, you said that in 1991, as I recall, 113 cases were not sent to the district attorney's office. Is that correct?
Well, actually, sir, there was close to 760 that were not sent. However, they did include a lot of administrative violations. The 113 in 1991 were of serious corruption that should have gone, that did not go.
All right, and in 1992, I believe you said 117 cases of serious corruption were not sent to the
Yes,
district attorney's office. Were you able to determine or ascertain why those cases were not sent to the district attorney's offices?
No, we were not. It was my understanding that the district attorney's office were under the understanding that all corruption cases were going. However, minor infractions were not going.
As far as you could tell, were there any specific standards applied within IAD as to which cases would go to the district attorney's offices and which would not go?
No, the only understanding that I had was that of minor infractions or administrative misconduct were not going. Everything else was supposed to be going.
These were all cases that had C numbers, right?
That is correct.
Were logged, and there are the numbers that you've reported that while they had log numbers or C numbers in the department, they never reached the appropriate district attorney's office. Is that what you're telling us?
That is correct. C cases. We're talking about like C numbers.
Correct.
Because some log numbers will not necessarily get a C number.
Are you saying that, or are you saying that those cases didn't differ significantly from the cases that were sent to the district attorney's office? Is
I'm
that
sorry,
the
sir. Can you
conclusion
repeat
you've
that?
come to?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, sir?
Huh?
Can you repeat that, sir? I didn't
I
understand.
said, did you conclude that the cases that were not sent to the district attorney's office did not differ in a significant way from the cases that were sent?
Of this 113?
Yes.
Yes, they should have been sent. They're the same type that were sent.
Okay.
To follow up on the commissioner's questions, Ms. Pugash, could you come up with any reason whatsoever why these cases were not sent to the district attorney's office from your analysis?
We were not able to find any type of pattern of deliberate concealment, any reason or any pattern of these cases not going. However, these cases did not go, and it does show that there is a problem within the system that they did not go.
Is there any pattern with respect to which district attorney's office did not get the largest number, for instance?
Not really. Not really. I mean, some district attorneys and some boroughs, of course, have more complaints than others.
Say this was equal non-cooperation?
Yes.
Equal opportunity non-cooperation?
Based on your experience from conducting this investigation, do you have any recommendations to improve the system of notifying district attorney's offices of corruption allegations?
Well, yes. Well, the present system right now that IAD uses is that they fax over on a daily basis the corruption cases to the individual district attorney's offices. I would suggest that you would not fax it, and I also suggest that every single corruption case gets over and sent to the district attorney's offices, that there should not be anything taken back. Everything should go. If it's enough to give it a C number, then it should go over to the district attorney's office so they could decide what action they would like to take on it.
Ms. Pugash, for the year 1993, have you noticed any difference in the trend? Are they sending a higher percent or a lesser percent now to the district attorney's office? Have they stopped not sending them to the district attorney's offices?
Sir, I'm not sure of that at this time.
You haven't done 93.
That is correct.
All right.
Just one last question, Mr. Mayor. Does it raise serious questions in your mind that the kinds of allegations that are not being delivered to the DAs are not being investigated, and therefore they're corruption cases that might be falling through the cracks?
It's easy. If you have a system that's lax, it's very easy for things to fall through the cracks. If you leave the door open, these things are going to fall out. So, in my point of view, to prevent all that is to go back into, as it was with the state special prosecutor's office. Everything that's assigned a corruption, a C number, should be forwarded to the district attorney's office for their jurisdiction.
Ms. Pugash, is there another way more efficient than faxing these allegations? Even if they all go to the individual district attorneys, is there a more efficient way than faxing them?
Sure. I mean, the fax machine is fine. However, it's a machine. You know, you could press the wrong button, it can end up going somewhere else. I would suggest, or hand-delivered, or nowadays, in days of computer. There's no reason why it can't be all computerized, and this information should be easily accessed to the district attorney's offices.
Thank you, Ms. Pugash. Mr. Commissioner, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Pugash.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, Mr.
Your
Armstrong.
Honor, at this time, could the commission take a 5 or 10 minute recess? We're just gathering our witnesses for the next segment.
10-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That information would, at that point, be available.
I think we understand each other. Thank you.
Question. If the district attorney should learn of a criminal act by a police officer from an independent source and should request any information that the IAD may have, would that information be provided?
If he would, the repository for that information is in the database of the computer system.
I'm sorry,
The information on all allegations of corruption is in the computerized system. And if he made inquiry, or any outside agency would make inquiry, the first, the level that we would address would be the computerized system. And if that information is not in that system, no one could have access to that information.
And are tickler file cases usually in such a system?
The TF cases are not in the computerized system.
In most cases?
In most cases.
So in other words, Sergeant, if you as the commanding officer or supervisor in records wanted to know how many corruption cases were in the tickler file each year and how they were substantiated, how could you do that?
There was no way a person in my position could have ascertained the nature or contents of the tickler files.
So then the top commanding officers and IAD had total control over what cases should go in the tickler file?
That is absolutely correct.
What corruption cases should not get C numbers or log numbers?
That is absolutely correct.
Which cases should go to the district attorney's offices?
Correct.
Which cases, who should handle and investigate the tickler file allegations?
Correct.
And they'd also decide whether or not it had been thoroughly investigated?
That is correct.
And no one reviewed that?
Nobody other than the commanding officer and commanding officers of Internal Affairs Division have that capability.
Were you provided access to IAD cases typically as a supervisor?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to retrieve information about IAD cases?
Yes.
Were you able to determine what the final disposition of an IAD case was?
Yes, I was.
Did you get copies of all closing reports for IAD cases?
Yes, I did.
What about for tickler file cases? Did you have access to all that information for tickler file cases?
I had absolutely no access to the tickler file cases.
Was there a way that the commanding officers of IAD kept track of tickler file cases?
Yes, they did keep track of the TF cases.
How?
In juxtaposed to the office of the commanding officer, there was a box, a little file called a TF file.
Did you have access to that file?
I did not.
Who did?
The commanding officers of Internal Affairs Division.
Was there any analysis or report regarding the content of what was in that index box that you had access to?
There is no analysis of the contents of that information in the TF box.
Okay. Commissioners, as you know, a staff investigator has conducted an analysis of the tickler file, and at this point I'd like to turn the questions to Commission Investigator Brian Kelly, who supervised the tickler file analysis for the Commission. Could you please state your name for the record?
Brian Kelly,
What is your position at the Mullen Commission?
investigator.
And where did you work prior to the Mullen Commission?
For 22 years, I was a detective with the Waterfront Commission of New York Harbor,
And what were your responsibilities, briefly?
conducting various criminal investigations, the last 4 years of which I was assigned over to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District and worked with the FBI in a joint investigation on a civil RICO action of the ILA.
What were your responsibilities on the Mullen Commission?
One of my responsibilities was to take a look at and analyze the tickler file.
And how did you conduct that analysis?
Myself and about 3 other investigators requested the tickler file. First we received the logs, then the box of cards. Then once we had the logs, then we went for further investigation on the closing reports and the worksheets themselves.
What was your conclusion about the purpose and the function of the tickler file?
A majority of the tickler file cases were administrative in that they were reviews, monitors of other cases, parallel investigations, different projects assigned to IAD. But we did find other cases in there.
Corruption cases?
Yes, I did.
Could you give the commissioners an example of the types of corruption cases that were in the tickler file that did not have a C number or a log number?
One such case involved...
Actually, before you get into specifics, could you give them a general overview of the types of cases that were in there?
Okay, of a corruption nature?
Yes.
Okay. There were, if I may refer to my notes, there were various narcotic allegations, officers using narcotics on and off duty. There were officers selling and or purchasing narcotics, both on and off duty. Officers associating with narcotic dealers. Officers protecting dealers for payment. Officers leaking confidential information. Officers associating with organized crime figures. And officers getting payoffs from organized crime figures. Officers receiving bribes and or payoffs. Assaults and harassments, perjury charges, and some misconduct cases.
Approximately how many cases of that nature, of the kind you just described, were included among the tickler file?
Of the cases I just described, there were 40 that I pulled out of that nature.
Of those 40, approximately how many, if any, were later changed to C cases?
I didn't find any that had C or log numbers for what information was provided to this commission.
In other words, of those 40 cases that contain allegations of the kind you've just described involving trafficking with narcotics and protecting narcotics dealers and other similar types of allegations, none of those were ever converted into C numbers, C cases?
From what was given to us, we couldn't determine that they didn't have any logs or C numbers.
When you say you couldn't determine it, did you make an effort and they just didn't coordinate with one another?
No, we checked all their closing reports, which had no logs or C numbers on them. We went to the worksheets, we checked them, and we couldn't ascertain from them either.
Did you also look through the case files?
Yes, I did.
Did you look through the computer and try to retrieve any information on those cases?
Yes, I took each subject who was the subject of an allegation and ran their name through the computer, and they came up with no logs or Cs against them.
For how long a period of time, Mr. Kelly, did you find these 40 cases?
They were over a 5-year period, 1987 through 91.
Were those cases ever marked closed or exonerated, or any conclusion arrived at as far as those cases were concerned?
Those 40 cases that I just mentioned, only 2 were substantiated. The others were mostly unsubstantiated.
So essentially, those investigations were conducted in camera, I mean, like without any knowledge on the part of the district attorney.
It seemed to be that way, yes.
Does the file reveal the standard of the standards that were applied in conducting the investigation?
They were conducted not as thorough as other IAD investigations. They were not too good.
And yet the conclusion reached was that the allegations were not substantiated.
Yes, on the majority, yes, sir.
Did you, or were you able to ascertain why those particular cases, those 40 cases, were not converted to C cases as all the other corruption allegations were?
No, there was no way to confirm that as to why they wound up without a C or a log.
Was there any pattern whatsoever indicated?
There were some people that were IAD members that were the subjects of these allegations.
Mr. Weber, do you have any light to shed on that inquiry by the chairman?
No, not at this point.
What happened to the 2 cases that were 2 files in which the charges were substantiated?
They were rather easily substantiated.
And what happened? Were they given C numbers and referred?
No, they weren't given C numbers.
What happened to them?
I would have to pull through my logs here and pull them out.
Offhand, you don't know what,
No.
how they were treated after that, after they were substantiated?
They didn't get a C number or a log number, no.
Well, the point is, were they dismissed from the department? Were they prosecuted? Were they sent to the district attorney? Was there any official action taken with regard to the 2 cases that were marked substantiated?
Of the cases I found, it did not appear that they went to the district attorney's offices.
All right.
Mr. Kelly, I'd like to turn back to a question that one of the commissioners asked and follow up on that regarding the pattern of cases that went into the Tickler file. You said that some of them involved members of IAD. Was there any other pattern that you saw?
Some were high-ranking members, and then there was no rhyme or reason for why any of these, some of them appeared in the Tickler file.
Do you have any specific examples of a Tickler file case that you could describe to the commissioners?
Yes, one involved an allegation of an officer associating and protecting a drug dealer. Another involved a detective associating with organized crime people.
Okay. Can we talk about the one case involving the individual associating with drugs and those allegations?
Yes.
Let's just focus on one case for today.
Okay.
Could you tell us about that case?
That case did not have a log or a C number.
Sergeant Weber, based on the allegations that Mr. Kelly just mentioned, should that allegation have gotten a C number and a log number?
Most definitely.
Okay.
How does it happen that it doesn't? Isn't that sort of under your jurisdiction, Sergeant?
It's very possible that the allegation bypassed the action desk and it went directly to the commanding officers or other ranking officers in the Internal Affairs Division, and that matter could have been assigned a TF case without my knowledge.
In other words, somebody might have called Chief Moran and given him this allegation, and then he might have written it up or asked somebody to write it up with a T number, a Tickler number, rather than anything else?
That's correct, and is also a log could have been received, and at that time a judgment was made by the commanding officers to make that into a TF case as well.
Mr. Kelly, did this case that you're going to describe have any name, or was it referred to in any way by the investigators at IAD?
It was called Biker Babe.
Okay. Can you tell us about the background of this particular subject?
This particular subject, when this officer started on the job, had problems from the first instance. Chronic sickness, chronic lateness, sloppy appearance. One of her superior officers recommended that the probation period be extended for this officer.
Was it?
No.
Okay. What happened next in this officer's career?
A tickler file was filed on this officer, this particular
And what
tickler
did,
file.
what did that allegation involve in the tickler file?
Frequented a drug location, involved with a drug dealer, and that she leaked confidential information that was privy to this officer from an IAD relative.
Was any investigation conducted on that tickler file case?
Yes, there was an investigation conducted. Not a very thorough investigation, but an investigation was conducted.
Could you briefly tell the commissioners why you say it was not a thorough investigation?
They conducted some surveillances, not very detailed, of this officer.
Do you remember any in particular?
If I could refer to my notes, I will.
Yes. Were any observations conducted while this officer was on duty, and did they observe?
Yes, there were some observations of this officer that were conducted for 6.5 hours in the middle of the week. They sat on this officer's house and did nothing else. This is usually the time that the officer was on duty.
Any other investigative steps that you want to bring to the commissioner's attention?
They spent 2 hours observing the officer's house, the friend's house, and the family's house while she was on duty, according to the documents in the file.
The main allegation involved the officer's use of drugs and alcohol. Were any observations at all conducted in connection with those allegations?
They conducted some observations at a bar that was a known drug location that the subject frequented.
And what were the results of that investigation?
They did observe that subject at the bar late at night. At one point, IAD investigators were in the bar the same time as the subject. The bar closed and the IAD investigators left the bar. The subject remained inside in a back room. When they tried to gain entrance, IAD investigators were denied entrance back into the bar. And on another point, they observed the officer leaving that bar with a small white bag, which was not seen previously.
So they had observed this officer at a drug-prone location on several occasions, and that the allegation was drug use, one of the allegations.
Yes.
Were there any other investigatory steps taken after she was observed at this drug-prone location?
Nothing. Nothing else.
And how was the case closed?
It was unsubstantiated.
Was this officer ever doled?
No.
And this case was in the tickler file?
Yes, it was.
Sergeant Weber, given these allegations, should that case have received a C number and a log number?
Definitely so.
And Mr. Kelly, did it?
No, it didn't.
Is there any reason you can think of why this had a tickler number instead of a regular C number? Either one of you, Mr. Kelly or Sergeant Weber.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Kelly. Was the subject in any way related to anyone in IAD?
The subject was a relative of a high-ranking officer in IAD.
Mr. Kelly, you said earlier several times that 2 of the 40 files were what you called substantiated matters. Could you explain what that means? Apparently nothing came of them. So what do you mean by the word substantiated in this context?
That was what they listed on their files when we reviewed them.
Oh, there was a word?
Yes.
And what did you understand that to mean?
That they found those allegations to be true on that particular officer.
But nothing ever came of it in the sense that the officer was sanctioned?
They might have received charges and specs.
I'm sorry, I don't follow that. They might have what?
receive charges and specifications or a command discipline as a result of those allegations being substantiated.
But there's nothing in the file to indicate that as such.
No, there isn't. Not that was shown to me. Some of the files we could not be located for review by the Commission.
And isn't it, well, strike that. How did you get access to these files? Were they immediately turned over to you?
Not immediately, but most of the ones we requested, they did turn over. Some they could not locate, and they are still trying to locate for review by the Commission.
Well, how many months now have they been trying to locate those files?
Quite a few months.
These particular files, were they made available to you immediately upon the first request from this commission?
I don't believe immediately they were made available.
How did you find out that there were such things as so-called tickler files?
I think information came to this commission that a file such as tickler file existed.
Can you tell us the source, or is that secret?
There was an unnamed informant in IAD that provided this information to us.
So, thank you.
In other words, some police officer within IAD informed this commission that the tickler files existed and that they had not yet been made available to the commission after the commission had requested the files. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Let's continue with the subject of this tickler file investigation. So we've got one tickler file case that's been closed against this police officer and that there's no record of it anywhere in the department. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happened next after this, or while this other tickler file case was pending?
While this tickler file case was pending, and remember, it's that that this officer involved with drug dealers, the officer was transferred to the narcotics unit.
While there was an open narcotics case pending against her?
Yes.
Was there any indication of whether or not the commanding officer of that narcotics unit knew that there was an open narcotics investigation against her at the time of the transfer?
No, there was no indication to that at all.
Well, was there anything in the file that indicated that that officer, commanding officer, did not know about the tickler
Said
file?
that there were no corruption allegations against this officer.
Do you know under what circumstances this officer was transferred to the narcotic division? Was it by her request? Was it by assignment of someone? Do you know?
No, I don't.
All right.
How did this police officer perform in her new command?
Not too well. Within 1 month of being in that unit, the officer was brought up on charges of filing false information with a superior officer for the purpose of obtaining a search warrant. A corruption allegation was filed by another and investigated by another unit in the department and was substantiated.
What was the outcome of all of that?
20 days, I believe, forfeiture.
When you say forfeiture, you mean vacation time?
I assume it's giving up 20 days leave.
Is she still in the department?
Yes.
When the decision was made on what the appropriate penalty should be, did whoever decided that know that there had been the first tickler file allegation filed against her?
There was no indication of that.
In fact, was there an indication to the contrary?
Yes.
You said the investigation was conducted by another unit, by a field unit?
Yes, it was, sir.
Was there any other corruption allegation that was ever filed against this subject officer?
Yes, if I could refer to my notes, there was one in 1989.
Could you tell us about that investigation and how it was treated?
Information came to the IAD in that the officer was involved in protecting drug dealers at a known drug location, which happened to be the same drug location that she was observed in previously. The officer was a known drug user, and an IAD relative whitewashed any incidents about this officer.
And at that time, she was in the narcotic division?
No, she was in the narcotics unit very briefly. After the C case in 1987, she was transferred back out of the narcotics unit.
What was the outcome of that investigation?
Which one?
The allegations that you just indicated.
The allegations
that she was protecting a drug dealing operation.
That was unsubstantiated, Your Honor.
And was that placed in the tickler file, Mr. Kelly?
Yes, it was.
Sergeant Weber, was that the kind of an allegation that should have gotten a C number and a log number?
Definitely, it should have got a C number and a log number.
Mr. Kelly did it?
No, it did not.
Should that case, Sergeant Weber, have been referred to the district attorney or the SPO's office?
Yes, it should have been.
Mr. Kelly, was there any indication that it was referred to the SPO?
No indication at all.
Was there any indication in the records which might have suggested why this case went into a tickler file and was treated differently than other cases?
Yes, I believe there was a note in this last case from the Chief of Inspectional Services to the commanding officer of IAD, Chief Beatty, and the note read, "Bob, don't enter this one in any records until later. Assign to whoever you think is best fit to handle it. Signed, DS."
And was it ever placed in any records?
No, it was not.
To this day, if you try to retrieve information on this officer, will this allegation appear?
No, it does not.
Sergeant Weber, have you been asked to confirm that?
Yes, I have been. And my perusal of those facts indicate that Mr. Kelly is accurate.
Was this corruption allegation investigated by IAD?
Yes, it was, and ironically, some of the same supervisory personnel that investigated the first one investigated this one.
Could you tell the commissioners briefly about how you would assess the quality of this tickler file investigation?
Poorly conducted investigations, shoddy investigations.
Could you give them some specifics?
Well, it would appear that if you went back to look at the first investigation where the officer frequented this drug-prone location after midnight, that they would conduct their surveillances after midnight. They didn't do any of that.
So you mean despite the fact that there was a pattern that was established that the officer went to this drug location after midnight, all the observations were conducted before midnight?
Yes.
Was there anything else unusual in the way the investigation was handled?
Yeah, on at least 2 occasions, they surveilled the officer to an alcohol rehabilitation clinic where the officer was receiving counseling.
And the surveillance was conducted to see whether or not there was evidence of use of narcotics and alcohol?
Yes.
And they conducted that at the counseling unit?
Yes, they did.
Mr. Kelly, what was the final disposition of this second tickler file case?
All of the allegations were unsubstantiated. However, the final disposition was listed as partially substantiated. And if I could clarify that for the record, I'd like to. What they did was the narcotic allegation of 1987, where she filed false statements, was included in this, and it was investigated by another unit. That was the partial substantiation that they listed.
When you say it's unsubstantiated, you mean they marked it unsubstantiated?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Though in this case, they marked it partially
substantiated. And it referred to another case altogether.
Sergeant Weber, have you had an opportunity to review this closing report?
Yes, I was subpoenaed by the Mullen Commission on a previous date, whereupon I was shown this particular final report.
And were you able to determine whether any of the allegations in that tickler file case were substantiated?
I did not see any of the allegations fully substantiated.
So would the marking at the end of the closing report, partially substantiated, be accurate?
I did see a closing indication of partly substantiated.
And did you see a basis for indicating it was partially substantiated?
I did not.
And have you confirmed, Sergeant Weber, that this second tickler file case is not retrievable in department records?
Yes, I did confirm that.
Were you asked to examine the Central Personnel Index, which is supposed to be a compilation of all corruption allegations against an officer?
Yes, I was asked to do that.
And did either of these tickler file cases appear on that CPI?
No, none of these allegations appeared in the CPI.
Should they have?
Yes.
Sergeant Weber, a few closing questions. What is the status of the Tickler file today?
There is no Tickler file today.
And when was it abolished?
It was abolished subsequent to the Mullen Commission investigation.
Could you elaborate? Do you mean after the Mullen Commission made inquiries about the Tickler file?
That is correct.
How long had the Tickler file been in existence prior to that?
They've been in existence for approximately 10 years of my assignment as at Internal Affairs Division. I ventured to say even before that as well.
Do you have any idea why the Tickler file was abolished after so many years after the Mullen Commission began to make inquiries?
It's possible that it has a potentiality to be an embarrassment to the division.
Based on your experiences as a supervisor for over 10 years, even if there had been no improprieties found in the Tickler file, should such a file have been able to exist?
No.
And why is that?
Well, all allegations of corruption in which the Internal Affairs Division is mandated to address should be entered into the computer on the database, and there is no justification to keep a secret file.
Based on your experiences as a supervisor and as a member of the department for 28 years, what impact would an outside oversight entity have had on these kinds of filing systems?
It would have had I don't believe that these filing systems would have existed if there was an outside agency who was proactive and inquired about the nature and the exact locations of all records of that division.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, gentlemen, both of you. Sergeant, I want to particularly thank you for coming forward. I know it's under difficult circumstances in a commission, and I believe the public appreciates your candor and your forthrightness in coming forward with the information.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the Commission's evidence for this day.
We'll now adjourn until Wednesday morning at 9:30.